Come on, come on. All right, we're gonna go on ahead and get started. Chris is fighting with his computer, has technical difficulties, so we're gonna go on ahead and kick the intro, get things started off. You were here because you have a question. Really get down to understanding this political matrix.
Out there, the stunt double. He walked out. He's got an oximeter on his back. I'm like, you gotta keep other. Marcus said on his other show. He was like, American politics is simply pro wrestling.
You became afraid of everyone because people were reporting on each other.
We're living out Minority Report too as well. And
you know why? You know why we know that, boss? Because we've been reporting on it.
Yeah, I know.
All the black people in this country be willing to take a reservation.
That's what the Nation of Islam was asking for.
Put a couple of clips together.
It's crazy to see how much Martin Luther King really began to look like, damn, man, Malcolm was fucking right.
I mean, what is the elite's end game?
There's this assumption that as a black commentator or black journalist that you're not informed.
Relationships, that's a skill we have to learn.
It's even more kind of mind-blowing because we're supposed to be the multicultural space.
Trying to drum up money to keep the war machine going so they can keep the donors happy.
Yeah. Do the Chinese own part of that?
Began a long time ago. Ukraine has had a neo-Nazi problem for decades.
Proof of sanction, am I right?
I don't know if Domcopters will do it, but something's got to be able to save the world.
From the private industry here.
Like I say, people come on here, they can say stuff they don't normally say on their own shows, which is fine.
Oh, it's McDonald's. Whoop-de-doo.
Ooh.
And their cholesterol is going to go down. Yeah.
Look, we only exist because we have the biggest military, kid.
And silencing a person like Julian Assange. Because it affects everybody. And today, last week, believe you me, because they know who you are. They watch. They got people that's going out there. They don't want you guys having the conversations that you're having on this show. Mm-hmm. So it affects the political matrix today.
Hello, everybody. This is the Political Matrix. I am one of your hosts. What's that hosts? One of your hosts, Marcus Young Morpheus Cage. Tonight's show is going to be interesting. Chris will be in here shortly. He's having to restart his computer over and over and over. So the moment he gets that set, he will be in here. Shout out to everybody who's listening, whether you guys are here on YouTube or on Rockfin, or you are following from Twitter or wherever else I might have streamed this to. Of course, we got to talk about Trump. Trump is back in the media. He just had his recent town hall. If you guys did not see, we're going to touch on a couple of those points, get out some of our perspectives on that. We're going to talk about RFK, RFK and RFK Jr. Let me differentiate, and some of the statements he made as far as his uncle's assassination. I want to talk about that because the JFK assassination has always been something that has been of deep interest to me for quite a bit of time. I'll probably hop in and talk about that first if Chris is not in yet. And then, of course, we're going to talk a little bit about Title 42. And then tonight I want to do something a little bit different. Shout out to Dingo over there, and I see our brother Extra Bulla Warren is in the building. Make sure you guys are following Warren on all his social media platforms here on YouTube, Rockfin, and the likes, and his show also Ultra Mundus. Make sure you're following all of that. Very good content. I see Mr. Streets is in the building. Says what's good. Tuned in while on a pizza run. Good. What I wanted to do a little bit different tonight is after we kind of get through a couple of our major topics, anybody who would like to come on and join the show live, you don't have to be a content creator, you don't have to be a journalist or anybody who has any kind of particular expertise in anything. You could just be somebody who has an opinion. It doesn't matter if that opinion is to the right, to the left, to the middle. And I definitely want to say that because I want to welcome on, I know Twitter, at least in one of my Twitter profiles, the one which I tend to be on the most, I tend to see a lot more conservative traffic. I've seen a couple of conservatives where been able to have some decent discussions and go back and forth, and then a lot more of them have just been the typical conservatives, which normally I do my best to avoid. But that said, I do want to open it up at a certain point, and I will put a link in the I'll put a link in the StreamYard here for the stretch my legs a little for the YouTube side, and then I will put out a link also on the Rockfin side. So I don't want to exclude anybody, and I'll say already now, when you come into the the backstage, you can leave your camera off while you're on. If you come on, just kind of click your camera off so I can see you're a real person. Let me see that you're there, and then I will be bringing you on. I figure that might hopefully avoid any kind of craziness that can go on. I've seen live streams in the past where people will come on and do something silly. And so I just kind of want to avoid that, but I do want to leave the platform open for people to be able to come on and actually engage in the conversation with us. If it goes good, hopefully I'll do this more often. But let's see, go on to the RFK comments. Let me see. Oh, I think that we might have Chris in the building. There he is. Yo, what's good, sir? Oh, you're on mute. Oh, Chris can't hear you. It sounds like he must have a delay too. He might not hear me at all. So in the meantime, until he can hear, or until he gets it all sorted out, keep on going with where I was talking about. Let's see.
Marcus, what up, man? Yeah, sorry about that. Just having technical difficulties, but yeah, I'm here, man. What's good?
All right, yeah, man. How you doing? You good now with the technical difficulties out of the way? Oh, maybe not. So I wanted to show you this. I guess I can go with this one from the New York Post. Let's share it and put it on the screen. Now I'm having issues. Computer trying to freeze up. Man, it's running a little bit slow, but hopefully you guys can still hear me okay. If you have any difficulty hearing me, let me know, please. Let's put that on the screen. All right. Cool. So it's there now. Oh yeah, by the way, that news happened. Huh?
Oh shit! What you got here? Oh.
Well, and so, as you guys know that I don't remember what the guy's name is. It's not important to me. The Marine who choked out Jordan Neely has been officially charged. But I wanted to start off with this. That said, hopefully justice will be served.
Did he get arrested or just charged?
He got arrested and charged. And so we'll look into that a little bit later on if people want to get into that conversation. But this article says RFK Jr. into the CIA killed his uncle JFK. Let's read a little bit of it. It says RFK Jr. doubled down Monday night on his claim that the Central Intelligence Agency was behind the assassination of his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. The Democratic presidential. No, I don't need that New York. Sorry, where was that? The Democratic presidential candidate appeared on Fox News Hannity and discussed the 1963 murder of the 35th president. There's millions of pages of documents, CIA documents, transcripts of recorded conversations. Why they had to do him like this and put his statement with all the O's and ums in it. The Cuban embassy in Mexico City, from it's hard to summarize the evidence. Kennedy 69 told Sean Hannity. There are confessions of people who are directly involved in the plot, who were involved in planning of the plot, who were peripherals to the plot. There's a 60-year-old cover-up, he continued. The son of the late Attorney General and Senator Robert F. Kennedy went on to argue that he believed the Warren Commission established by JFK's successor, President Lyndon B. Johnson, to investigate the murder was engaged in a cover-up. So that's just a little bit of it. I've heard little snippets from that interview. Have you heard anything about this, Chris?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't think he, but I think he just basically said what everybody's been saying for the last, 40, 50 years, or maybe a little bit longer at this point.
Yeah, that's what he said. He went into a detailed account kind of from the perspective of his father, RFK Sr. And so that part was a little bit interesting, where he talked about his father receiving the phone call from J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar basically announcing it to him that at that time his father had been shot. I mean, his brother had been shot, not assassinated, not murdered yet. Then he asked him if the FBI was involved. He said, "Did we do this?" And so then he started reaching around to some of his other contacts and some within some of the can't remember I think it was the Free Cuba movement, because he still had some contacts into that. And at that time, RFK believed that the assassination on his brother had to do with the prosecutions of the mob that he was doing at that time, which I thought was kind of interesting. That he believed that the assassination attempt actually came because of something that he was doing, not something that was going on with JFK. I don't know. I don't think we really talked about it much, Chris. What are your thoughts on the JFK assassination? Of course, we both agree that the CIA was involved. But why do you think that they did?
I mean, I don't know if I could say anything that hasn't already been said. One, two. I mean, clearly, the decision was made from people who are plugged up very well, whether politically, financially, plugged in with the military, etc. That took his assassination didn't just come from one person. There had to be a lot of different parts working in tandem to ensure that this happened, right? With that being said, clearly it's okay to assume that it had something to do with however he felt about Vietnam, possibly, currency, and of course, the elephant in the room, the CIA. He had intentions on what he said, breaking it into a million little pieces. That's what he said, right? He said if he could, he would break it up into a million little pieces. So when you talk about the Dulles brothers and all of their connections and the Bush people and all of their connections, it's quite obvious that they got rid of the guy who they felt was going to be problematic to them.
That's like, for the longest, that kind of been more my standpoint, but I started to shift my eyes a little bit more to another angle. And I guess I'll be careful the way I say this, because I'll just be careful the way I say this, and hopefully those in the audience can kind of pick up what I'm putting out. There was something else that was going on that JFK was worried about. For those who are familiar with like mobsters and mob movies and back in the day, one thing which is kind of undersold about the Italian mob and the syndicate and all that is the other side of the coin. Everybody focused a lot on some of their battles with the Irish mob. People focused on what was going on with the Italian mob, but they didn't focus on the other side of the coin that was going on. If you guys don't remember, one of the major people who was part of the syndicate was Meyer Lansky. A lot of people kind of don't even think about Meyer Lansky nearly as much. They don't think about people like Benjamin Siegel, also known as Bugsy. They don't think about people like Mickey Cohen. If you guys can tell where I'm going with this, do you see what do all these people have in common? These people
they're upstanding citizens who don't break any rules.
Yes, and they were
Especially
all
when it comes to taxes. They
were
paid
all
all their taxes on time.
Yep, all high level mobsters also.
Yes.
There was a group, I can't remember what it was called, like Strangle, Garrote, and something else, because they were known for killing people with the garrote. That was like one of their favorite things. And for people who are not familiar with the garrote, it is like the string wire with the pieces of wood on the ends, which you would typically wrap around somebody's throat to kind of strangle and slice their throat. This was one of the weapons of choice of this group of people. Or just this contingent, this outside mob group that was often hired to do a lot of assassinations. Well, being that the mob had a tie to a group which did that, and we do have a faction of the Italian mob which is tied into a certain group of people. Actually, I'm gonna stop playing a certain group of people. People, let's just say it, call it how it is. The Italian mob also had heavily connections with the Jewish mob. There were people within the syndicate that were high up that were, sorry to say it this way, but they were Jewish, period. Which I always thought was kind of funny that the Jewish mob and Italian mob were so close, being that the Italians, i.e. Romans, were the ones who went in and destroyed Israel. But for some reason, they stayed, tight as can be since 70 AD. I don't know. Interesting. Oh, I don't want to say 70 AD. I don't know when this partnership came to that, but it came at some point in time. Now, fast forward into what I'm saying. The Israeli government had ties within the within people inside of Cuba. Then there was also the situation about the Dimona reactor. That was something that Kennedy wanted to investigate into. And so my theory would lean towards that it would have some kind of ties into not only the mob, but specifically that side of the mob, because they were tied in also with Israeli intelligence and Israeli government. And so, do I think it was the CIA? Yes. Do I think it was the mob? Yes. Do I think it had to do with Israel also? Yes. All things, all overlapped with each other. So I guess that's just a coin that I would throw into it extra. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that, Chris?
There was definitely a lot of business going on between, you know, the mob, the Kennedys, you know, because their history is very interesting. So when you go back and look at them and their connections, it's not hard to understand why the mob played a big role in that entire situation.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, can you hear the sound in my background?
Yeah, it's kind of loud.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, that's why I just thought, hold on.
All right. Let's see. And I see we got 8 watching on the Rockfin side. Shout out to everybody over there. I don't know. Anybody in the chat, what do you guys think of some of the things that I brought up? Have you guys heard that before? Am I just a conspiracy theorist gone too far awry? Or do you think that, you know what, I just have it out for those people that somehow I'm just like, I don't know, whoever you want to name, I just have to just tag them into it. I don't know. Some people say that, oh, well, you know, conspiracy theorists, they always try to find a way to blame everything on the Jews. So I don't know. Is that what I'm doing here? Do you guys think that? Or do you think that there might be something onto what I'm saying? Because let me see if I can find this. Let's see, Kennedy. All right, so let's put this on the screen so if you guys can see what I'm talking about and why I'm drawing some of these conclusions. Oh, I guess I should probably click on it first. All right, there we go. So this is from the Wilson Center that I'm going to put on the screen. So let's put this here. Kennedy, Dimona, and the Nuclear Proliferation Problem, 1961 to 1962. Let's see what we got here. Kennedy, Dimona, and the Nuclear Proliferation Problem, 1961 to 1962, by Abner Cohen and William Burr. President John F. Kennedy worried that Israel's nuclear program was a potentially serious proliferation risk and insisted that Israel permit periodic inspections to mitigate the danger. According to declassified documents published today by the National Security Archive, Nuclear Proliferation International History Project and the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, Kennedy pressured the government of Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion to prevent a military nuclear program, particularly after staged managed tours of the Dimona facility for the U.S. government scientists in 1961 and 62, raised suspicions within U.S. intelligence that Israel might be concealing its underlying nuclear aims. Kennedy's long-run objective, documents show, was to broaden and institutionalize inspections of Dimona by the International Atomic Energy Agency. On in May 1961, Kennedy met Ben-Gurion in Manhattan to discuss the bilateral relationship and Middle East issues. However, a central and indeed the first issue in their meeting was the Israeli nuclear program, about which President Kennedy was most concerned. According to a draft record of their discussion, which has never been cited and is published here for the first time, Ben-Gurion spoke rapidly in a low voice, and some words were missed. He emphasized the peaceful, economic development-oriented nature of Israel's nuclear program. Nevertheless, the note-taker, Assistant Secretary of State Philip Talbot, believed that he heard Ben-Gurion mention a pilot plant to process plutonium for atomic power and also said that there is no intention to develop nuclear weapons capacity now. Ben-Gurion tactically acknowledged that the Dimona reactor had a military potential, or so Talbot believed he heard him say. The final U.S. version of the MEMCOM retained the sentence about plutonium, but it did not include the language about a pilot plant and weapons capacity. So, after reading that, what do you think about that assessment that this situation might have had something to do with his death? Oh, Chris, you're on mute.
When the politicians' interests don't align with that particular group, then you need to be removed. If they can't shame you out of it, they'll remove you from the earth. Right? There's no other options. You can't go along, or you don't go nowhere.
Let's read a little bit more. Oh, go ahead, because I want to read a little bit more. This is kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I hate to simplify it like that, but essentially that's what it is when we boil it all down, right? When we break it all down, you're either down with the team or you're not.
Says here, the differences between the two versions suggest the difficulty of preparing accurate records of meetings. But whatever Ben-Gurion actually said, President Kennedy was never wholly satisfied with the insistence that Dimona was strictly a peaceful project. Neither were U.S. intelligence professionals. So that says not only was Kennedy not believing this, basically the U.S. government did not believe Israel in what Ben-Gurion was saying. A recently declassified national intelligence estimate on Israel, prepared several months after the meeting and published here for the first time, concluded that Israel may have decided to undertake a nuclear weapons program. At a minimum, we believe it has decided to develop its nuclear facilities in such a way as to put it into a position to develop nuclear weapons promptly should it decide to do so. This is the only NIE where the discussion of Dimona has been declassified in its entirety. So I think it's just kind of interesting that this was a big rub between Kennedy and Israel, and you start hearing about ties to basically Mossad agents in Cuba. And then you start hearing about that the people who were alleged in the whole assassination attempt, they're coming from Cuba and tied in with, all of these different organizations and so-called communists and all this. And it just, something's not sitting right with me. And we got to remember at this time, you already had a group of people coming out of Germany and Russia after World War II who fled into this country and higher up into the government. And it just stands to reason that I think there's some smoke there. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
You're probably closer to it, getting it correct than not.
I mean, shortly after this and now Bobby Kennedy, when he was assassinated, at that time he was pressing harder and harder on the mob, which there's been a couple of people who I've seen do excellent work on this. I won't cite names right now because I don't want to forget anybody or mess anybody's name up. But I've seen research that indicated that certain members of the certain Jewish members of the syndicate at the high levels did have a connection with Mossad also in Israel and a connection with the IDF. And so if that's true, then it would make sense that why the mob would be interested in this. And I think it got to a point where Kennedy had made so many enemies, whether it be with some of the stuff with civil rights, whether it be with some of his positions with Vietnam, whether it be some of his inroads he was making with the black community, whether it be with this nuclear proliferation thing. In so many ways, I see that Kennedy was ticking off a lot of the powers that be. He was ticking off the industrial military complex. And so when RFK Jr., recounting what his father was saying and questions that his father had, only doubles and triples and quadruples down on why I've always thought something was fishy about this and why we weren't hearing the full and total story on it. But that's my take on the whole RFK, CIA, JFK, all of this. And I don't know if I think I heard something. Let me know in the chat if you guys have heard anything, but I think they said RFK's they're starting to question if there might be a conspiracy with that what was his name? Was it Sure? I can't remember the guy's name. I know he had a double name, whatever it was. First name was same as last name. Do you remember RFK's killer's name?
Oh, Duran Duran.
Duran. What was his name?
I think his name was some shit like that.
It's something like that, but it wasn't. What was it? Let's find it real quick. Sirhan. That's who it was. I've been hearing more people skeptical about the Sirhan kind of assassination angle. See, old geologist is in the building. Say every once in a while I catch your show. I like it a lot. Thank you. So glad to see you in here, old geologist. Old geologist says, I think the government is becoming more effective because they have filled themselves to the brim with as many psychopaths and sociopaths as possible. I agree. If being effective at doing some of those horrendous things, I completely agree. I think being a bit of a psychopath is prerequisite for being an effective politician. Old geologist, I think you're actually correct in that. It was something I was trying to remember. What was it called? What was it called? Machiavelli. Pretty much most of these people have all read Machiavelli and all believe that that's a suitable way to run things, and that's the best way to be an effective leader. I don't know. Is everybody familiar with Machiavelli and what the book, like Prince Machiavelli, what that's about? I don't know. You familiar with it, Chris?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. So, I mean, for those who are not familiar, the book is basically about being as cutthroat as possible in relationships and in business and all kind of things like that, and how to move through the world in a very transactional basis. I need you for this. Once I'm done, once I get what I need from you, I don't need you. On to the next person. I use this person, I use that person, and whatever means I need to do to manipulate the situation in my favor the most, that's what I'll do, because that's what's most beneficial. And so that's, I feel, the lessons that it taught a lot of these politicians, and I think that's what you see. Stephen Clary says, probably JFK, last great president for the United States. I would have to agree. I'm trying to think of who was after, and it literally just kept going downhill. Growing up, my favorite president was always Eisenhower. I'm not saying he's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying if I had to pick one who I thought overall did a lot of good things and things that were beneficial overall, I would have said Eisenhower. What about you, Chris? If you had to pick a president, you were forced to say.
Oh man, the Don.
The Don. Oh Lord. Well, we're gonna talk about him in a minute.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I can't. I really can't say that there's one I would pick, quite honestly. But if I'm forced, I mean, ooh, damn.
Yeah, saying you're forced. If they say, "Yo, you don't get your paycheck this week if you can't just pick one," for argument's sake.
Oh shit. I'll go with the black guy with the half one.
You're gonna go with Baraki.
Yeah.
You're gonna go with Mr. Hussein, all right?
Yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you why I chose Eisenhower. For one, Eisenhower.
Trez, no, we don't do that around here, Trez.
Insert pronouns. Yes, Chris A says politicians have read Ayn Rand. Her books teach pro-selfishness hardcore. That's almost like required reading on the right in particular. I do know a lot of people, a lot of Democrats do read it also, but the right literally lives by Ayn Rand. I mean, and to me, it makes perfect sense why they do the things that they do. Yipper, what's up? Yipper's in the building. Said, does a dead president count? Yes, dead presidents count also. Any president you guys think that has some kind of a positive impact, even if they did a whole lot of other horrible stuff, if you're having to decide, it doesn't really matter who I pick. This just gets me my paycheck this week. Oh, actually, let's take it up a notch. Let's say it gets you your paycheck for the month. Got to pick one. Who are we picking out there? The reason why I said Eisenhower is because Eisenhower is responsible for the interstate highway system. That literally transformed the nation, making it faster for people to get across the country, for goods and shipping to get across the country. Also growing up in a city where there's highways galore, making it easy to get around town. That was something I definitely appreciated. Kept traffic down, and you're able to see and experience more things. And then the fact of calling out the military industrial complex. That was why. Oxford says Washington. Ouch. Let's see. Let me check over on Rockford and see what y'all talking about. Says, I remember exactly where I was when I heard over the announcement that JFK was shot. Oh gosh. Oh well, let us know, old geologies. Where were you? Because I know that's before. I mean, that's even before my mom's time. So I'd definitely be curious to hear, what that was like in that time period, a firsthand witness to, the period, what it was like in 1963. Let's see. Yo, Cuzzo's in the building. What's up, Ladarius? In fact, I was thinking about my cousin the other day. It's a little bit off topic, but we'll get back on topic real quick. And let me know if you remember this. We were having a conversation about how racist most white people are in America. This was like years ago. And he said a percentage, and I was like, it can't be that high. Nah, not that high. I'll give some white people a little bit more benefit of the doubt than that. I mean, maybe even if it's unconscious, racist things. And I'm not talking about like unconsciously, like I hate blacks, but where it might be like they just automatically assume, oh, whoa, wow, you got a nice car there. Like it doesn't make sense that this black guy could have had a good job and bought him a car. It just surprises you that black people are doing good. That kind of like, that kind of level of racism where it's not like they're intentionally trying to be, you know, hateful, but society has kind of conditioned them to see things in a certain way. Like I remember this older guy, he told me we were playing flag football, and he was like, afterwards we're sitting there talking, he's like, yeah, man, I was running so fast. He said it was like I had niggers in my legs. And I'm like, how do you think that's not an offensive thing to say to me? But you know, but I realized like the number that my cousin said, I think he was actually a little bit more dead on than I was. And I chalked it up to, oh, nah, it's because you spent all that time down in Louisiana, because Louisiana is like way more racist. And I have to tell my cousin, yeah, I think you were more right than I was. Oh, shoot, it's mine. There we go. Andrew Jackson was the last president to fight. You are correct. You are correct. Andrew Jackson did fight against the banking system. He actually defeated it. You know, and they tried to assassinate him. The assassin actually, because back in those days, you know, if you're gonna have like a little quick little pistol, you're gonna try to conceal. He had a one shot, and so he had two of them. So he pulled the first one, it jammed. Pulled the second one, it jammed. And then at that time, Andrew Jackson pulled out his cane and commenced beating the hell out of him, which justifiably so. That Chris, too many were anti-black, too many were indifferent. I mean, I agree. Like Andrew Jackson, the crazy thing about it was Andrew Jackson was one of the few in the early times, and his problem wasn't even as much black people. He hated Indians more than anything. Well, I mean, he hated British too. But yeah, that's a good one. Fighting against the banks, it would have made a bigger difference in the destiny of this country if the Federal Reserve would not have been established. That's a good one. Let's see. Let's say I was in third grade. It was kind of scary. Then Jack Ruby and all that. I was a little too young to really grasp it all. Yeah, for me, it was just a wild. I mean, researching it and studying it, and even though I focused on a lot of different subjects in college as far as history is concerned, you know, going into secondary education and history side, the Kennedy assassination was something that I spent a lot of time researching. I'll say that much. But since we're talking about presidents, let's move on to the next subject. Chris's favorite guy, the Donald, is back in public sight. You know, obviously you guys know that he's running for president again. And since we're talking about one presidential candidate, RFK Jr., you know, let's talk about the other side, Mr. Trump. So, Chris, what was some of your? I guess I'll just turn it over to you. Let you introduce it to those who probably didn't catch hold of what went on, and some of the highlights or lowlights, however you want to see it.
I mean, there's really, well, first of all, I don't even know where to start, right? There's a couple places to start. Well, I guess one, I'll start with the network that actually aired the town hall event that featured, everybody's good friend, Donald J. Trump, right? CNN, this tells me, number one, they're desperate and they broke. Not really broke. However, they're not making as much money as they probably did off their advertising. People are not watching. And, you know, Democrats, they don't want to tune in to see, they don't pay attention whenever their guy is president. They'll, they just don't. They don't pay it any mind. The fact that, they told us 2 years ago Trump was like somebody we couldn't listen to, somebody we couldn't see, we weren't allowed to listen to or weren't allowed to see him, whether it be digitally or on regular TV. Now CNN has changed course, and now they think it's good to bring the Republican candidate onto onto their network. I'm not offended, bothered, upset by his appearance. Actually, it just made me think about how much I miss the fucking stupidity, right? And I need to find out if anybody has a cat named Vagina, because that shit was the funniest thing I've seen on regular TV in a long time. This dude really got on TV and said, "Hey, this woman, she has a dog, a cat named Vagina." I went to work saying that shit, and they was like, "Yo, you're crazy. What are you talking about?" Because they hadn't seen it. But once I started playing the clips for everybody, they were just like in shock, right? Because even that, how much lower can we go, right? And here we are. We can always get lower. There's always room to. There's always enough room to get lower than where we are currently. You know what I'm saying? But I think it was kind of like, you know what? I said it. Let me find the clip for everybody. So in case you didn't hear it.
Yeah. While you find the clip, I'm gonna read a little bit of this from The Hill. Thought it was The Hill's actually doing some interesting coverage lately. It says frustration at CNN boils over with Trump town hall. Oh, well, I guess since it's going to play, well, I'll play that once it starts talking. Close. Says CNN won big ratings for its controversial town hall with former President Trump, but also outraged some of its own talent for essentially handing over its platform to the GOP presidential frontrunner and his supporters for an hour. Which is a good thing that they mentioned that, because I heard some people say, "Oh, well, you see how even the CNN audience was doing, it was just going so crazy over Trump." Well, they sell tickets, and I'm pretty sure the people who bought the tickets to that were probably more Trump supporters and Trump leaning. So that's kind of a weird flex that, the town hall people were really liking it. It says more than 3 million people watched Wednesday night's town hall. Early data from the Nielsen Media Research showed representing a more than 300% increase from a typical weeknight at 8 p.m. for a network consistently running behind Fox News and MSNBC. That's the sole reason why they did this. I'm not going to play that, but that's why they did this. And some would say that, is my screen frozen? It looks like I'm frozen. CNN was addicted to Trump. Let's see. Turn my camera off and come back on. Let's see. Oh, now my screen is just frozen altogether. There we go. I guess I'm back now. Oh, there we go. I'm back now. Look good. Okay, cool. Let's see. This was, and with this, people got to remember from 2016 and 2020, there's a new president and CEO now. There's a new president of CNN now. That new president, I don't think that he has the same, let's say, ties to politics as the other ones. I think he's like, let's make a little bit more money. I see Fox News is making more money. So we're going to take CNN in more of a, I don't know if I'll say more rightward shift, or just more closer to not being tilted as much to Democrats. Now, it's still tilted to Democrats. Don't get that mistaken. I think that it's just going to be less so, and just to make more money off of it. I mean, if you look at even the host, she is from, I'll go into her in a minute, but what clips you got that you want to run?
Did it go up?
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, there we go. All right, let me turn this up. Let me see if I find it, though. Let me see if this is it.
Yeah, in case it gets choppy, send it to me.
Okay, got you. Let me know if it is.
Okay.
Was convicted was a former policeman, but he was convicted of attacking a police officer, I should note. But when you said you are considering pardoning a large portion.
Oh, God.
I met her in the front door, or her and everything. I'm going to be resigning. My poll numbers and everything. I'm going to be resigning. My poll numbers went up, and they went up with the other fake charge too, because what's happening is they're doing this for election interference. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was a newscaster, very nice man. She called him an ape, happens to be African American, called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow to put that in. All of these things, but with her, they can put in anything. Access
This
Hollywood.
was a jury of 9 people who found you liable of sexual abuse. Do you think that will deter women from voting for you?
No, I don't think so, because I think the whole thing, just so you understand, ready? I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. This woman said, I met her at the front door of Bergdorf Goodman, which I rarely go into other than for a couple of charities. I met her in the front door. She was about 60 years old, and this is like 22, 23 years ago. I met her in the front door of Bergdorf Goodman. I was immediately attracted to her, and she was immediately attracted to me. And we had this great chemistry. We're walking into a crowded department store. We had this great chemistry, and a few minutes later, we end up in a room, a dressing room of Bergdorf Goodman, right near the cash register. And then she found out there were locks on the door. So she said, I found one that was open. She found one. She learned this at trial. She found one that was open. What kind of a woman meets somebody and brings them up, and within minutes, you're playing hanky-panky in a dressing room, okay? I don't know if she was married then or not. John Johnson, I feel sorry for you, John Johnson.
Mr. President, can I...
No, but think of it.
Oh boy, yeah.
There's a whole lot there, right? But I brought that up. I brought it up to say that this is the discourse, and as much as people want to blame Trump, keep in mind it is CNN who is directing these questions, right? They're the ones who decided to bring this stuff up. They're the ones who wanted to have this type of conversation and get these types of responses, because not only did it generate ratings the night of, but it also now results in clicks to their social media sites, to their websites, and to their reporters' social media handles, what have you. So this is very much on them, not so much on, the guy who was speaking in the clip, because he's just gonna, wherever they put him, he's gonna perform, right? Whatever channel, whatever topic, he's gonna perform, and he's gonna ace his test, right? Be absurd, talk shit, make fun of people. He does that very well. He excels at that. And if you think he doesn't, then you're just being a hater. He does understand his audience, especially his supporters. He knows what they like and he knows what they dislike, and he gives them exactly what they want. I will say I did miss hearing the nonsense though, compared to watching, the 100-year-old currently occupying the White House.
Yeah, I tune them both out. So I can't. My issue with Trump a lot of times is I don't like people who steamroll conversations. You can let the person let it go back and forth. Like I could tell with Trump, you're gonna interview him, you better only have like 2 questions. Those 2 questions, he's gonna turn that shit into 15 minutes. It's like, okay, you gave me an answer. You don't have to keep going and going and going and going. I have other questions to ask you. You don't have to turn it into this long, like, each question has to be like a long, drawn out, rambling response that goes on to the next subject, to the next subject. You got to tell a whole book report story on every question. Yes, Jared says, sounds good, but it was repeating. But, I don't know that. I guess the clip was repeating. Yeah, I'm not a fan of, and then also there's no point to point by point push back and check anything that you disagree on. He just gets to steamroll and just blah, 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 blah. So anytime I hear diarrhea at the mouth, it just, I'm not a fan of it. OGologist, thank you so much for the Rockfin tip. I want to share this one. This is a good comment. It says, every time I see those spectacles with politicians, I think, what's the next thing they're trying to hide from us? Frankly, the whole thing was a joke. The only thing missing from her outfit was a spiked collar and leather strap. And then I like, but the one thing I do want to say that I agree with Trump on is she kept trying to put him in a, either it is you support the war, either you support Putin or you support Ukraine. And he's like, no, I want to end the war. It doesn't matter if he felt like Putin was justified or not. It doesn't matter if he feels Zelensky is justified or not. Your goal should be to de-escalate this thing and stop it. That should be your goal.
Marcus, keep going. Give me 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Chris here, I'll read this, says, Trump has to steamroll conversations or else the reporters will chop up all his sentences with questions. They will manipulate the conversation. He doesn't let that happen. Yeah, but he also doesn't. I get it when they're interrupting, but he's so long-winded that he doesn't get to the damn point. He like, for instance, with the E. Jean Carroll thing, he didn't have to go into the, oh, and then she found this one spot, and then she went there, and it was by the cash register, and get to the fucking point, dude. You don't gotta fucking ramble on and add all these extra fucking details that have nothing to do with what we're trying to ask you. Get to the point. Be precise and concise. And I know for him that's like impossible, but he does typically steamroll anybody, and that's the reason why it's like I remember even Fox News, they were like trying to get him off the air. Like, okay, yes, we support you and we like what you're saying, but dude, we got other stories to get back to. And he just seems like somebody who will just talk your damn head off. And if I have somebody I don't necessarily agree with, I definitely don't want to have them talk my damn head off. And I know he does play to his audience, which often his audience is MAGA people. So that will make sense. Because the one thing, like with Biden right now, I think I saw somebody say RFK has the best chance to beat him. The thing about RFK is RFK has to get past the Democratic Party, which he's not going to be able to. The Democratic Party is going to have him so hamstrung that he's not getting anywhere. So therefore, because they have him hamstrung, he's not going to go anywhere. And it's going to be back up to Biden versus Trump, which I think that I don't think that Trump necessarily gained any extra supporters. But one thing you do have to be honest about and say, Trump's base is fervently in the Trump camp. I got to give him respect there. They do support him and they believe in Trump. And so the excitement for Trump is high. What's up here, Ghost? The excitement for Trump is high. So therefore, they're going to be fervent. They're going to be zealots for Trump. And Biden just doesn't have that. Biden, the one part of his base that could have been fervent, the only part of the Democratic base which is kind of strong and pushed back. In every way, Biden has basically said, I don't want you, I don't need you. And I'll explain. Which this is why I mean, I think it would, well, I don't think that they care. I think that they believe that they can get far enough without having to change anything. But if I was somebody in the RNC, I would just kind of put out the message to just kind of just tone down some stuff from the Republican Party, from conservatives. Just tone down some things. You don't have to change anything, because if you tone down some stuff, you already have a lot of the black population, which has some more socially conservative views that would line up with the Republican Party. I give you this, especially we're talking about over the age of, say, over the age of 50, you have much more a base of people who are far more religious, which there might be, ground that you can gain there. You got more people that might be more willing and open to hear perspectives from the pro-choice. I mean, not pro-choice, but pro-life side. If it was toned down a bit, you have plenty of black Democrats who are perfectly fine with the Second Amendment. You have plenty of so-called black Democrats or black leftists, which, especially over 50, that are appalled by this whole trans stuff that's going on, and there's ground where there's middle ground that can be met if the GOP wanted it, and they don't have to even. I mean, the Democrats literally don't promise black people anything. We already know that conservatives, only thing you got, like I used to say all the time, Democrats promise a bunch of things that they know they have no intentions of delivering. And conservatives, all they have for black people is advice. That's literally it. Let's take away things and give you advice. And I don't know. I mean, I guess they feel like that's an effective way of going at things. I don't know. Biden's speech, Howard University, was nasty. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely like, and this is what I tell a lot of the conservatives too. Just because you guys will see me like criticize Trump in some way does not mean that I have any respect or love for Biden. In fact, I dislike Biden more than Trump. Now, is it harder for me to listen to Trump go on and on and on and talk? Yes. But the actions of Biden tend to be far more catastrophic than Trump. Let's see. Newscasters do give you the on the lawyer bench treatment, but Trump will take over the conversation if you like. Oh yeah, he will completely. I mean, he'll just take the mic out of your hand and just start talking after a while. Let's see.
Street said he's blocking mainstream news media during the election season. I think that's a good idea. It's only going to get you frustrated. But I saw a comment from somebody, I think it may have been from Chris H, that said Trump has, oh, there it is. He says Trump has to steamroll conversations or else the reporters will chop up. It's so true. The reporter, look, and again, I'm just covering this like a referee or an umpire, right? I don't have a I don't have a choice in this, right? I'm not for or against anybody. But I will comment on what I see. They put that woman there on purpose, right? And they told her to be as aggressive and nasty as she wanted to be, because any pushback or any resistance that Trump gave, they would quickly, oh, he's a misogynist. Look how he treats women. He wouldn't do this if he was a man. So they sent that woman out there to be extremely aggressive and quite ignorant. And when he
I think yes, a little bit, but at the same time, with her background, I think she felt she had to.
But that's the thing. Trump this is where the Democrats, the liberals, and all those people in the media fuck up as it relates to Trump. He's a buffoon. He's going to fuck up all on his own. Stop getting in the way of that process. It's naturally going to happen. So when they ask him a simple question like, hey, what did you think about this? And he's like, well, and she's like, what'd you think? What'd you think? What'd you think? Huh? What'd you think? We know they wouldn't talk to any other politician like that except for one who they politically
I'll
disagree
agree with that.
because it makes for good TV. So
And I
the
think
woman
I think as far as the Russia-Ukraine, from what I saw, she was extremely obnoxious.
Yeah, so she said, so do you want Ukraine to win the war? He says, and I quote, I want people on, I don't get the quote right, so I don't quote. He said, I don't want people dying on both sides. Her response.
Or he
"So you
said,
don't
I
want
think he said,
Ukraine-"
I want people to stop dying.
Yeah, he said, I want people to stop dying. Her response, so you don't want Ukraine to win this war? He said, I want people on both sides to stop dying. Oh, so you don't want Ukraine to win the war? So you don't want Ukraine to win the war? That's that childish, immature 15, 14, 13-year-old way of doing shit. You know what I'm saying? So she deserved a lot more pushback, but obviously he's playing politics and nice with her, and he couldn't do that. But for sure, she wouldn't have talked to anybody else like that. You know what I mean? So it's okay. Again, it just speaks to the stupidity of Democrats and liberals that they like shit like that. They probably got all hot in their pants. That's right, girl, stick it to them. Do that.
Oh.
All this senseless, meaningless shit that they get themselves worked up over. And to Trump, like, he babbles and rambles. I don't know this woman. I don't know this woman. I met this woman. We took a picture. I don't know this woman. She got a cat named Vagina. I don't know this woman. Her husband's a very nice guy. So he's talking out of like both sides of his mouth right now, just like his boy, Bill Clinton. You know what I mean?
Did you like some of the stuff I heard from the court thing? He literally got E. Jean Carroll mixed up with his wife at the time in a photo. So that woman's not even my type, but you couldn't even tell her apart from your wife. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, now, as far as the court case goes, he was found not guilty of rape, but he was found liable of sexual assault. I don't even know. He was found liable of sexual assault. Does that mean like
he
did it or he didn't? I don't know.
It's basically he's ordered to pay her overall. He's ordered to pay her what, $5 million?
$5 million.
Yeah. So they're basically saying that he is guilty, but it's almost like it's on a civil side. It doesn't even seem like it's not in the court of law. I mean, that's something that I always find interesting with these things too. That's me that keeps sniffling. Sorry. But my allergies are flaring up a little bit. But the reason why I always thought it was weird, if you felt like, I put it this way, if it was me and I was a woman and I was, taken advantage of like that, sexually assaulted, I want charges on you, criminal charges. I mean, money is good, but I want to see you inflicted. Well, no, it's allergies. I have seasonal allergies.
It's not the white girl, right?
No,
I'm just messing with you, man.
Hell no. No nose candy over here. But let me show you this, because a little bit of background. Sexual assault and violent crime sounds criminal. Okay. Yeah, that's. I felt like what he did was, if you're saying that's what happened to you, that he physically took advantage of you against your will, then that should be something that you should be going after him criminally on. And when I see somebody go after them civilly, to me, it's a little weird. I mean, and I feel like, why at the time? And I mean, I'll probably get some flack from this from survivors and stuff, but I just wonder, like, I always wonder, like, in each situation, why is it that this person didn't decide to come forward at that time? Now, I know there's different reasons. I know maybe a person, maybe in a situation where you're, like, for instance, in Tara Reid's situation, you're an underling to this person, a person who has power to basically destroy your career. I understand that. But E. Jean Carroll does not work for Biden, does not have any tie like that. I understand in Hollywood, some of these women are like, and if I come against this director, I'm never going to work again. And so they felt like they're in a box where they can't come back against him. But in this situation, I don't really understand it, because she doesn't work for him. She has no kind of, I don't see the reason why she felt that she couldn't come out against him. Shut up, Audress. Let's see. But I wanted to share this clip with y'all. This is a little bit of background on her. Let's see.
Online after users pulled some of her old social media posts and media appearances. Here is Caitlin Collins back from when she worked for the Daily Caller.
Okay, so George Soros is this foreign-born left-wing guy who essentially wants to change the nature of our country. And in this data dump, one of the memos was about the refugee crisis. And they made 3 points. They think that they've been successful at influencing immigration policy across the world. They think that the refugee crisis is an opportunity to continue doing so. And they think the refugee crisis is the new normal. And George Soros is this guy who is a staunch advocate for open borders. He wants people to be able to go wherever they want, whenever they want, for whatever reason. And for him, he sees this immigration policy, this crisis, as a vehicle to further his immigration agenda.
Interesting flashback there. Now, I want to inject a little bit of context into the situation, because I actually worked with Caitlin at the Daily Caller, and Caitlin started her time at the Daily Caller as a reporter for what was called the Smoke Room, which is basically part of the Daily Caller that makes these slideshows of hot women. And there's one screenshot floating around of one of Caitlin's articles where she says something like, "These refugees are seriously hot." Which is hilarious and awful, but she was promoted eventually to cover the White House for the Daily Caller, and then was poached by CNN. And my experience with Caitlin is that she's not a very political person to begin with, but she's very, very ambitious. So this is not surprising to me, this shift from sort of pointing out conservative talking points on Fox News to attempting to fact check Trump on CNN. To me, this was probably the least shocking thing ever. And I'm also not surprised that she's getting backlash for her performance, because she initially started drifting a little bit more towards liberal media after she was criticized for asking what was considered a softball question of Donald Trump back when she worked for the Daily Caller. So that's whatever insight I can provide. Jessica, I don't know how you thought Caitlin might have done during that town hall the other night.
Amber, I love that you're providing some inside information. That's a far more pro-immigration comment than what we just heard on Fox from Caitlin. But yeah, I mean,
okay, we can
Caitlin
stop
Collins,
it. I don't need the TYT girl to say anything. But what did you think about that? Had you heard any of that?
No, I didn't hear any of that.
That this girl basically was a former conservative and then just flipped over, and basically she's a careerist. She's no different than that one who was trying to be over like the information bureau, basically.
Oh, yeah. I remember that foolishness.
The Nina, was it Nina Jankowicz or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. They're all janky, but yeah, again, it's all stupid. The woman came across very stupid. And again, it's like they were even asking Trump about, grab women by the what comment. And I'm saying it's 2023.
You're still bringing up that.
It's 23. You're asking him about something that you all cried about, 2016, 2017, whatever the case may be. And she probably already is a member.
She probably is. I wouldn't doubt it. We just probably don't know because she's not as mainstream.
Prominent.
Yeah, she's not as prominent. But the moment she hopped on the CNN, I have no doubt that she was by that point, if not before then. And then
and CNN and the CEO of CNN, Chris Licht, came out and he had a bunch of words about, Trump's appearance. But you don't have to listen to him. You just have to know how this works. And people have to also keep this in mind. It's CNN, and you may think like they exist to do news. No, they're a business that seeks to make money for whatever service or product they deliver. Their whole goal is to get ratings, is to get people to watch whatever programming they put in front of you. There is no better way for them to get ratings, or for any of these cable news channels to get ratings, than to feature Donald Trump. They know this. They've been aware of this from the time that they decided collectively that he was going to be someone that they did not put on their channels. All of their ratings have gone, down the toilet. CNN, it was smart to say, hey, let's get this guy back on, dog. These ad dollars, we need this shit. And that's what it was. They probably made a shit ton of money that night too. They probably told all the advertisers who had ads that day that the rates was probably going up. And if you wanted to keep your ad on the TV, you're probably going to have to pay a special rate.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree.
So again, this is not at all about Donald Trump. This is about CNN and their stupidity. They want Donald Trump more than anything. That's the only thing that'll save these networks, because clearly the Alzheimer's and dementia patient isn't moving the needle for them. And that's another thing. We talk about, Trump all the time and shit like that. Is there ever going to be a single fucking Democrat who's going to point out the obvious as it relates to Joe Biden? Or are they just going to keep telling us that, his decrepit old ass is the one that people need to support in 2024, along with those stupid ass kids that they got all over Twitter with them stupid hysterical videos? You seen those videos yet, Marcus?
Mm-mm. Oh, I know you're talking about the TikTok influencer guys.
Yeah, those dumbass kids, man. They look to be about 17, 16, 19, whatever they are. They're fucking annoying, and it's clearly scripted. And again, this is the type of shit that the Democratic Party will continue to pay for. It's stupid shit like these kids. They make all these car videos, and they're trying to convey a sense of urgency, but they really just look like fucking clowns.
Let's see. Thomas is in the building. What's up, Thomas? Thomas says, if you join CNN, you have to be a woke neoliberal pro NATOist. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Chris H says, conservatives are saying the Chinese are infiltrating the southern border, coming up from Panama to do military ops with U.S. I don't believe it, but what do you think? No,
I don't believe
definitely
it either,
not even close. I mean,
look, I'll say that to this is how stupid the conservative ecosphere is, right, as it relates to immigration. So, peep this: the Chinese, who send their people all over the world legally with paperwork and all this other shit. Now you're telling me they're going to send their people in here illegally from Panama as everybody's watching it? That doesn't make no fucking sense. They can send more people on a...
And the key part, coming up from Panama to do military ops within the U.S. What kind of military ops are they going to be doing in the U.S.? I mean,
correct.
That does not track.
Why? And keep in mind, why would they want to bring attention on themselves by sending their Chinese nationals in here illegally? And where everybody's going to pick up on it and see it and make a big deal about it, when they can forge paperwork and send you here on a plane, a train, or a boat, legally. And do you know how many Chinese people there are here? Do you know how many Asian people are here already? And you think that they have to, and I know, Chris, you don't think this, but for the conservatives who do, you think that this is the way that China has to get their people in the country? Are you dumb? No, sorry, don't answer that. You are dumb.
Well, what it is
for even entertaining that thought. Same thing with the same thing with the Hispanic immigrants. The conservatives are just stupid as fuck when it comes to the discussion of immigration. And again, you really shouldn't listen to them or
Well,
pay them any mind because
it's
it's all
not
based on their racism. That's
well,
it.
true. What I was gonna say is this is what these are just the excuses that they're coming up with because they want to build a border wall. This is all this is. They want this wall, even though this wall is not going to stop anything. They want this wall, and it's like, for instance, after 9/11, when they came out with all these new things, take off your boots, take off your shoe, take off your belt, take off this, do all this, do the hokey pokey, all that dumb shit that TSA came up with. It still does not stop terrorist attacks. If somebody wanted to still take down a plane or do whatever, sneak weapons across a plane, it does not stop them. Even the TSA themselves have done internal tests to try to see what they can get past, and they've still been able to do it. Stuff like this, if conservatives saw this big giant wall all the way across, Fox News would do report after report telling them that everything is better now, regardless of if it is or not, because they told themselves this is the solution. They will make it the solution. I'll give you what I've learned is once conservatives get onto an idea about something, even if it proves to be wrong, they're not going to back down from being wrong. They're going to find a way to secretly kind of let's fix it on the back end. Perfect example in Georgia. Actually, while we're getting deep into this, remind me of the Georgia aspect. I want to roll this little clip real quick because we're rolling into the Title 42 topic. Let's see. Check this out. This is from like 8 hours ago.
All right, thanks, Matt. We're now living in a post-Title 42 era along the southern border. Evidence of mass migrant releases seen today in downtown Brownsville. Large amounts of mostly Venezuelan migrants were seen wandering with manila folders containing DHS paperwork after their release from federal custody. In San Antonio today, Fox cameras were rolling as ICE loaded up a deportation flight with illegal immigrants as the agency stresses there are consequences for crossing the U.S. border illegally. As for crossing the border, there were few signs of the chaos that many had predicted. After days of record-setting illegal border crossings, no massive surges were reported immediately after the pandemic-era policy expired. But in the nation's capital, there is no shortage of blame, with Republicans and Democrats accusing each other of creating this scenario. House Republicans did score a win today, muscling through a major border security and immigration bill that includes restarting border wall construction and more Border Patrol agents.
Migrants feel that this administration is not serious when they say they're going to secure the border.
Well, the bill has little chance of passing in the Democratic-controlled Senate, and today U.S. officials also confirmed a migrant child died while in government custody. A medical examiner is conducting an investigation into the child's death.
All right, let's see. Oh shit! Stop that. There we go. So yeah, sorry, the video was still playing and I had to stop it real quick. But all the stuff that they talked about, that it was going to be this big invasion and they do all this fear mongering. It's not. Conservatives will ignore America's imperialistic, corporatist interventions on Latin America. They will never take blame for America. They blame the migrant and fear monger the great replacement. Exactly. They do that. The same thing with this. This ties into, my opinion, the same reason why they push back against reparations. This ties into so many different issues. And one thing I happen to notice all the time is I don't know if these people know that they're lying about this stuff or if this is just how they get down. They don't know that they're lying, or they believe some of the stuff they're saying. Like for instance, what's going on in Florida right now with DeSantis? DeSantis just did that law, very, very harsh law against anybody who's undocumented working. Well, a little bit of history. Georgia did one of those laws like that too. You want to know what happened when Georgia did that law?
That was
All
Alabama.
of us. No, I'm talking about Georgia. Georgia did it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Alabama did it too, but I know Georgia did it, and they had to go back on it. You know why they had to go back on it? Because they didn't have factory workers. And this is what conservatives don't understand. Conservatives do not want to pay people more money. And yet they say, well, we need these jobs because these immigrants are taking our jobs. Well, why come you guys aren't flooding in and filling these underpaid, low-paying jobs? And here's the thing. If conservatives got their way and they starved the jobs out so that they would have to hire them, they would raise salaries. If they raise salaries on all this stuff, then expect price increases on everything across the board. I mean, their logic, it doesn't complete. It's not. They want to have one side, but not factor in the other side. Like they want to go in. They want America to go in and do whatever the hell they want to in all these countries, completely decimate and destroy countries, and then be surprised when the people who are struggling in those countries, whether they're struggling through poverty, their farming has been interrupted, or they're dealing with mass violence, and they start fleeing there and end up coming into America, then conservatives are like, no, we don't want you guys here. Well, what is it? Are you guys going to keep meddling in their country's affairs, or are you going to let them come in? If you're going to keep meddling in their affairs, then you really don't have a right to tell them not to come in here.
That's how short-sighted the conservatives are who discuss this matter. They would much rather take a punitive, approach towards the people who actually left their homelands to come here. It's like, turn them away, kick them away, lock them up. Let's just, basically let's treat them less than human beings. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you're dealing with this, with the symptoms and not the source of the problem. The source of the problem is the United States government's policies and big businesses' policies. Simple as that. There's no other entities to blame or to attack for this matter, right? But the conservatives, they want to not educate their people as much as they say they do. They always talking that red pill shit. That it's spray painted red. It's still a white pill.
Well, got to remember when we say red pill, got to be careful, because now the new red pill is about these guys who get on here and start giving relationship advice.
Oh yeah, I know, but I don't pay those guys mind either, because they don't have it together either. And it's all about getting money and telling the chick to do whatever you want her to do based on the money that you have in your pocket. I could tell them that shit'll never work. You need balance. Your money is not going to make her into your slave.
Mischief Brew had a question. Says, ever been in a labor union? No, I haven't been in a labor union.
So, Mischief, both my parents are in a labor union for like decades.
Well, my grandfather was part of the railroad union for longer than my life, and my brother was in a union. I don't know what's the question. I don't know. We haven't talked about unions today, so curious. But Dick on Rockfin says my favorite weekend duo. Yes, thank you. We're glad to be here.
Up. We appreciate that, Marcus. I'm gonna go fill the cup again.
Okay, and I want to tell everybody that shortly in a little bit, I'm going to put the link in the chat for those coming in late who missed it. I want to try something a little bit different for anybody who would like to come on and kind of share their thoughts on some of the different subjects. It doesn't matter. It can be these topics. It can be other topics. Any questions you guys have or anything you wanted to share, just your perspectives, and join the panel. I will put a link in the chat here on YouTube and on Rockfin, and that way you guys can come in and talk to us. Only thing I ask is when you come in the back chat before we bring you on the show where everybody can see you, just click your camera on real quick so we can see your face, know you're a real person. And then if you want to keep your camera off, you can click your camera back off. But when I put it in the chat, please just, show me that you're who you say you are, that you're a real person, and then we'll bring you on. At the Political Matrix agreed, China wants to make money and build stuff, not waste time fighting boneheaded wars. Well, yes and no. China will fight a war if it's advantageous to them down the road. And they're not going to fight a war to just, let's just go back and forth and fight a war and try to make money off of selling weapons. They're not going to fight a war like that. China is going to fight to eliminate an enemy or a foe. That's going to be their purpose. They're not going to get into a war with the U.S. and just go back and forth for years and years and years. If China gets involved with a war on the U.S., know that China's not going to be like Russia and slowly, incrementally work up step by step by step, ratcheting up until it gets to a certain level. China's going to go pretty much to playing hardball very, very fast. And that would start with the shutting down and booting out of all American companies. Or actually, not even all Western countries, all NATO countries in general would all get booted out of China instantly, like overnight. And China would seize those factories, guaranteed. And then they would pretty much take those into government seizure and fill those with Chinese workers virtually overnight. So I mean, they will be playing for keeps very, very, very fast. Yeah, you might believe that. I don't think so, Mr. Streets. I don't think any of these people are necessarily buddies. Like, even those Xi Jinping and Putin have been hanging out. I don't think that they're buddies either. I think China is like, I'm willing to, like what we talked about with Machiavelli earlier today. These people have Machiavellian thinking. I will work with this person in the meantime till I can get to where I need to get. And I think they're willing to team up with all these BRICS nations to help try to advance the agenda of getting them on top. But that's where I think it is. Problem starts with China when Trump went at their ass for unfair trade. Yes, but that's one area where I actually say Trump was right to go at them on that. Yes and no. I think Trump was right, but I think his approach was wrong. What he should have done is he should have been secretly meeting with business leaders to try to start bringing factories slowly back to the U.S. And then as there was more leverage as far as companies back into the U.S., then start making the statements that he was making against China. I think that would have been a smarter move, because then you got into the whole tariff battle, which isn't smart. Yes, that would be smart, Marcus, and that would force us to restart our industry. Exactly. China is not going to, whatever people think about China, China is not a dumb nation. And if I could come up with that just off the top of my head, what more than likely they'll do, you better believe that they've already thought of that and probably 15 other contingency plans. They're the moment that the U.S. it gets to that point, they are ready to go. No doubt in my mind. Let's see. I want to see if I want to see that question. If Mischief Brew, why they were asking about that. Dick on Rockfin. If I were CIA, I'd give Tucker the CIA job. He's famously per Wikipedia. Always wanted. Yeah, I definitely agree. I just wanted to make Bobby Jr. vice president running. Oh boy, if Trump was like, yo, Bobby, why don't we do, see this, man, That would be brilliant politics. I don't know if he'd do it, but Dick, that's a good point. If he could say, you know what, let's go back to the times when we weren't so divided as a nation. I represent the conservative, and I'm going to push for the conservatives' point of view. And you can represent the Democrats, and we can have a unity ticket. Man, I think that would be. I think that would blast Biden out the water if he did that. But I don't see it happening. It's a Berry Island in Georgia somewhere. You know, Savannah. Oh, let's see. AM Wake Up's in the building. It says it's 2 islands down from Jekyll. It's talking about I'm not sure. I am sure there's a telegraph cable between Jekyll Island and Taiwan. Microchip Acme manufacturer. Yeah, you guys are funny. Let's see. Copeland Morris is in the building. Yes, the Chinese government will seize the prize of the assets if the West crosses the line. I definitely agree. Mischief Bruce says, I was a member of the UAW for 5 years. You're telling people how to think about union without being pro-union. I didn't say, when did we say anything about unions? We literally didn't say anything about unions. Did you say anything about unions, Bruce? I don't remember saying anything about unions. All I said, anything having to do even with a business, is I said when they were telling the some of these laws they made against in a document, I said what happened in Georgia was they ended up having to go back on it because they couldn't find workers at that level. And if they did raise the level to where more Americans would want to work in those places, prices would go up. I don't see how any of that has to do with unions.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about unions. You know, union as the idea in itself, you know, workers, you know, getting together to, you know, negotiate and demand better working conditions and salaries is smart.
Take it for a minute, Chris. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Got you. But the union leadership out of the last like 20, 30 years has just been to say vote Democrat and, you know, try to work with them because the Republicans will be shittier towards you. Well, guess what? All of the same shit has happened under the Democrats that you were telling us would happen under the Republicans. So union leadership is just political at this point. It has nothing to do with its members or workers. They don't give two shits about it. You know, we used to have someone come on the show all the time who talked about unions. He ain't been around in a while, but you know, he's told us about that several times. And so, yeah, but other than that, I don't think anybody said, you know, unions are trash and you shouldn't.
Yeah, I haven't made a pro or anti-union statement. I haven't talked about unions. I mean, like, I literally have not said a word about unions. Not definitely this show. We haven't.
Not at all.
Let's see.
I mean, look, my mom had cancer. My father had, you know, health care, you know, provided by the union. My parents didn't go broke, right? They didn't go into debt because, you know, because they couldn't afford payments, doctor visits, medicine, and all that other shit. So there's a definite benefit there, but we have to be honest about how we discuss them, and specifically when we're discussing their leadership or lack thereof. You know what I'm saying? They're more like sheep herders to keep you in the Democratic Party. Like, well, imagine actually, you know what? The Democrats voters never make the Democratic Party, even though I know it's all fake and bullshit, right? But even just for just to make it seem like it's real, the voters never do anything to make sure that the party actually ever does anything on their behalf. It's amazing to watch. The only thing they have to say is like the other side is worse, and that works every time. We've seen it with DeSantis.
I was gonna say, if we're mistaken, can somebody in the chat please tell us what we said about unions? Or Mischief Brew, please tell us what we said about unions. I don't remember saying a single word about unions. I mean, not at all. And all I talked about is DeSantis. I think that he's probably going to run into some of the same issues that happened in Georgia, where Georgia put in that law. It got rid of, it forced out undocumented workers. They didn't have enough workers to supply to supply the manufacturing companies, and they eventually start rolling back some of those protections.
Yes, sir. Streets. I'm good, man. Thanks for checking. I hope all is good with you too, bro.
And the link is in the chat. Anybody who would like to join the show, put it in the Rockman side, and it is on the YouTube side. So anybody interested, just click the chat. I think my nose is starting to go up. I can start breathing now. Good. Yes.
Nice. So Marcus, side note, I know this is not we got a little break here. With that being said, you've been watching any of the playoffs, NBA playoffs?
Not really, just watching some highlights.
Basketball.
What's been going on?
Oh yeah, basketball my shit. So that's all I've been doing, right? Looks like you should be getting ready for a title in a month and some change, kid.
You think it's gonna be the Lakers? The Lakers are gonna be in there?
Yeah, they're gonna win it. They're gonna win the finals.
So who's gonna be in the finals?
It's probably gonna be the Lakers and Miami again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lakers and Miami.
Yeah, I'm taking the Lakers. I mean, even if it's Boston, it would be fitting if it was Boston because currently.
I noticed you said Miami.
Yeah.
What happened to New York?
Oh, Miami got us up out of there last night.
I told you. I told you it was going to happen.
The Knicks, they look good in the first round. I did not think that the Knicks were going to make it past the second round. I did not think they had it enough to beat Miami, and sure enough, Miami got rid of them. The Jimmy Butler and the Heat are too tough. The Lakers, you got to give the Lakers credit because their roster the first half of the year was very shitty. The front office recognized that, and they went ahead and made a trade at the deadline. And those new players they brought in really helped them improve to the point that they just beat the defending champions, the Warriors, in 6 games last night. So that was, 38-year-old LeBron. He's still getting it done. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy.
I know it's going to be a lot of people happy around, at least at my job, definitely.
Oh, and your hood going to be going crazy. I'm telling you.
I have so many Lakers fans, which I work with.
And Tuesday, they play the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. So if they're able to beat Denver 4 times, they would then move on to the NBA Finals, which they would play the winner of the Eastern Conference. And I'm only breaking it down like this for the people who don't follow sports. But, in addition to this, we do have other interests besides, doing news and commentary and things like that. Me, I'm a big sports head, specifically basketball and music. Those are my 2 passions. So in addition to this, I'm very much plugged into those areas as well.
I'm always studying something.
Oh,
that's where I'm normally
speaking
at.
of which, what happened to your boy Mahomes? He's sexual assault? Yeah, Patrick Mahomes' brother.
Oh man, don't nobody worry about his crazy ass.
Yeah, his brother got he got arrested for sexual assault. I guess he grabbed some chick and started sucking on her lip or some shit like that. I don't know what's wrong with
I'm
him.
actually surprised it was a chick. I thought he played for the other team.
But some of these people, dog, they get money and they, it's so weird, bro. It's so weird. All right, Cuzzo, that's right.
Surrender.
It's so weird that you would have to do that. Like, It's not that difficult. Women will let you know when, you know, it's okay to do this stuff. Why do you feel the need to have to like force it? I don't know. As someone who has never forced that kind of shit, it's weird to me. You know what I mean? Like I've never been in that situation, so I don't understand it. You know.
Hey, I don't understand that either.
Stop going after the ones who don't want you. Stay in your lane and find something that works for you.
I mean, it's I don't know. I don't, and it's like, dude, your brother's Patrick Mahomes. You think that there are not women who are gonna mess with you just anyway? There's plenty of women
Correct.
out there that would, oh, you're Patrick Mahomes' brother, you know.
Thank you. They would just be there for the hookup, to go to the family cookout, to get tickets to a game. You know what I mean?
Oh shoot, there's the brother. There's the brother up in here.
Steve jumping on. This should be fun.
What up, Steve?
What's happening, y'all?
Oh, nothing much, brother. How are we doing on this glorious Saturday night?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. There's no MMA tonight, so trying to get some work done.
Yeah, it's a quiet night. There's no basketball. There's no nothing. It's, I guess, I don't know why, but you know what? Mother's Day is tomorrow. I guess
that's probably what it is. I'm wondering where Hamza is right now. It's like, where are you at, Hamza? Normally he would be in there if there's no fight.
Right.
So I was wondering, like, some of this stuff that's been going on. What are your thoughts on all this, especially, you know, the Trump town hall, the RFK stuff? I mean, because I know we talked about JFK too.
But Marcus, we got to ask Steve the question: do you have a dog or a cat named Vagina? Please.
I do not.
Okay.
I have one dog. His name is Gomez.
Gomez. Okay. So it's not Vagina. All right. Cool.
Correct.
Or penis.
Yeah, that's, you know, Marcus and Steve, that's something fun to do. I was doing that all week. I was asking people, do they have pets named Vagina? And just the looks I was getting was well worth it.
I am house sitting 3 other dogs right now. None of which are named Vagina. Nor are any of them named Penis or any variation of penis, although there is a Jock.
Hey, that's getting clear. That's getting pretty close.
Rub it right up against it. Just, yeah, not quite there though. Not quite there. And there is the other little teacup Yorkie that I'm watching, along with my neighbor's dog Medusa. Is his name is Ron Burgundy.
Oh, that's a great name. That's a great name.
Interesting.
I don't know, Steve. Did you hear any of my my musings about the whole RFK stuff?
A little bit. But I mean, you know, if you wouldn't mind, give me the elevator version.
Yeah. Basically, what I was saying is, if you look into the ties with the when they were talking about, everybody was talking about the CIA, the mob, stuff like that. But I always feel like they leave out the part of the mob in certain particular parts. Somebody like a Meyer Lansky, which Meyer Lansky in the Jewish part of the mob was tied in with Mossad and IDF and all the way over there to the Prime Minister, Ben Gurion. And also JFK was looking into their nuclear program in Dimona. And that was a big part of why I feel personally that that he was greenlit to be taken out, because he was already pissing off the CIA as far as the Vietnam stuff. He's pissing off the mob as far as his brother going after so many mob leaders, and messing with their money as far as like Hollywood and Vegas too, because a lot of people don't know about the ties of how much mob cash was going out to the West Coast. And then you factor in worrying about Israel's nuclear program also, and a lot of people don't realize Ben Gurion, I believe he stepped down shortly after that, because the U.S. intelligence agency, now he blew a whistle on something which was kind of an open secret, And so you factor all of these things in, and I think that's what led to his ultimate assassination, and eventually his brother's assassination right after.
No, I mean, if you listen to the conversation that we had with Corey Hughes, the JFK researcher.
Oh, I want to talk to Corey so bad.
Yeah, he's got a very, very, very detailed accounting of what happened before, during, and after the assassination. Been able to put a lot of pieces together, and that particular angle of it, the Israeli angle, is something that is heavily overlooked, but it's something that I don't think as time goes on, people are going to be able to continue to ignore the way that they have been previously, because there's too many moving parts that lead right back to the state of Israel.
Oh yeah,
and it's
I was gonna say real quick. I just want to say, Steve, if you got that interview, please send it over. I want to put that in the chat. That way, people can check that out, because man, Corey went into so much stuff. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, it's when all of the coincidences go one direction, they really can't. They stop being coincidences at some point. If you have any kind of intellectual honesty, at least.
Thank you.
Yeah, when he started talking about like the multiple Lee Harvey Oswalds, and started talking about how there were people that they looked like they were in these different costumes and stuff, and then you start keying in and looking closer at what they were wearing, and start noticing, wait a minute, that's not a costume, that is a religious garb that somebody's wearing, and it's for a particular time. When they wear this particular garb, I was like, something's a little odd about all this. This is not. I'm like, that takes it like 10 steps past what I said.
I hadn't heard the Purim ritual as JFK assassination theory before. That was wild, for sure.
Yeah,
that dude's
right.
fantastic. He's got a great show. He's got a great show called Day Zero with my friends Lindsay Sharman and Charlie Robinson. And then occasionally there's another fella that sits in. I can't remember his name.
Is he a rock fan?
Yeah.
Okay,
Day
cool.
Zero it's on Lindsay Sharman's Rockfin channel. So I think it's the Rogueways Rockfin channel is where that goes out.
Yeah, I definitely need to be subscribed.
Hey, Steve, since you're here, let me ask you, what's the housing situation like over there by you in Vegas? Like, what's the rent looking like? What's the home prices? Are they up, down?
No, dude, they went down over the last 10 months or so. It was right after the COVID kind of peaked, and people stopped fleeing the state of California and Oregon and Washington State. There was an initial huge boom right at the middle of 2020, early 2021. And it went up for a while, right around March or April of last year. It just sort of dropped off. So the result of that is that housing prices did kind of go down. Rent stayed pretty much the same though. It's like $1,300, $1,100 to $1,300 for like a 1-bedroom shithole apartment, and then anywhere from $1,600 to $2,000 for like up to a 3-bedroom. But then if you want a house, an actual house to rent, forget about it, because they're either all Airbnbs or they all want $4,500 a month or something like that for it, because it's in an actual neighbor. It's almost California prices for shit like that.
That's what it sounds like.
It's crazy. Yesterday I got an ad in my email. I know the guy who runs the business, so I just checked the email. So downtown West Palm Beach, one bedroom apartment, one bathroom to rent, right? Like almost 700 square feet, $3,050 a month.
Yep.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, even if you tell me it's luxury, it's 700 square feet.
Yeah, that's
Miami.
almost New York shit. That's downtown LA. That's downtown Santa Cruz. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, it's bananas. Here the rent is out of control, extremely out of control. You know, right now to move to obtain a new apartment, you need at the very least like $3,500 these days, and that's on the low end. Really, you need about 4,500 to about 5,500 to make that move, put down your deposits, and maybe treat yourself to some new furniture or some shit or some other little knickknacks for your house.
Yeah,
but it's crazy. And DeSantis, while he decides to wage his culture war every fucking day, you know what I'm saying? We have this situation going on the ground, and there seems to be no discussion of it. But that's just the way people like it. Most people are culture warriors, and they don't even really realize it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask because I asked this question on Twitter. I said, I addressed it to libertarians. I said, libertarians, what are the main issues you differ from conservatives on? And I asked the same of conservatives, which I haven't gotten any answer. I do know, like, I've always heard libertarians are like conservatives who are down with smoking weed or kind of atheists. And I'm like, okay, I know it's a little bit more than that, but I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, so there's all different kinds of them, and I know there's this weird like new vermin supreme, no, more government is good actually strain of libertarianism, but at its roots, it was about trying to get this. I mean, really, the Grover Norquist fantasy. Not that Grover Norquist was any kind of libertarian, but he made a statement in the 80s when he was working for Ronald Reagan that he didn't want to abolish the government. He just wanted to shrink it to the size to where he could drown it in the bathtub. Yeah. And that's effectively a libertarian philosophy. It basically like minarchism, where government is used for like the sole purpose of amassing for national defense or some shit like that. But outside of that, and then there are people that are like Ron Paul that spent their entire career as a Republican inside of the system, that the entire time was pushing for like the Murray Rothbard strain of economics and was trying to deregulate as much as possible absolutely everything, and was staunchly anti-interventionist, and really just wanted to do whatever possible to keep the state from like coddling the citizenry. And a lot of that gets called racist, and a lot of it gets called like homophobic or and the whole point is no, the government doesn't give you those rights. You have those rights. We're all willing to respect it, and I don't count myself as a libertarian or anything like that. Just we're all willing to accept everybody and shit like that. Just don't force us to think like you. Don't force us to pay for your shit, and we're not gonna force you to think the way that we do, or we're not gonna force you to pay for any of our shit. That's it, but yeah, a lot gets lost in the sauce.
Yeah, I've kind of like wondered, because I've always known the Grover Norquist quote, and I know some of them kind of lean towards that. And then I always used to wonder, like, okay, so where exactly does it cut off? Because I get military defense, but I mean, do do libertarians believe in like keeping a police force and like fire department and like all that stuff too? Because all of that would still be under government.
Privatized.
Ooh.
If you want a security force in your community, then you hire the best security force for your community. If you want your fire put out, you call the fire department and they'll come and put your fire out. But instead of you paying quarterly, annually, or whatever through your taxes, you're, paying a bill for the service. It's not like on demand, like right now when you go to the hospital before they won't even treat you until your insurance clears.
Jeez. I mean, it's good to know, but I was like, "Woo, that might be scary." Because,
absolutely,
I mean, if you had to like pay for the fire department, like how steep that would be. Now, I'm not even saying that they would go back to the original roots of how the private fire departments used to be. Because for people who don't know, the original fire departments like literally used to go around and set people's houses on fire, and then we'll put it out for a fee. But I mean, geez, imagine like, okay, they put it out, and what is that cost looking like? Because anytime you have a job where there is risk of harm and loss of your own loss of your own life or safety or limb, the costs always spike up. And so,
except for we still have volunteer fire departments all over the place, and the only way that they get to operate in a handful of different communities is freaking fish fry or a bake sale or something like that. You know what I mean? But that's how that works. Where I grew up in outside of Anderson, Indiana. We had a volunteer fire department, the Richland Township Volunteer Fire Department. Shout out to those guys because they saved a lot of fucking lives and houses, But I mean, I can remember every few months getting dragged to something for the fire department when I was a kid because everybody from miles around supported those guys because they were the only people showing up. So you kind of wanted them to have the water in the truck.
yeah.
I am really sorry, but my kid just called, so I got to hop off.
No, it's all right. It's good to have you on, brother.
Yeah, but you guys rock. I fucking and I will try and get if you
love the shirt, by the way, too. Love the shirt.
Shout out to Chris from the Rained Out Rantcast who sent me this one and the Fuck YouTube shirt.
I'll ask him how much for one of those. I want one of those.
Rantcast.com, I think.
Okay, rantcast.com. All right, I'll check it out.
Rained Out Rantcast.com.
Well, I guess I do follow him too, so I could always ask him if I forget.
Heck yeah. But yeah, you guys kick ass. Thanks for letting me bullshit for a little bit.
Oh, thank you, brother. Glad you stopped by.
Take care.
All right, take care. Thomas here says libertarians would privatize roads, making us pay a toll every half a mile. I can definitely see that. That's my issue with things getting privatized because it might start off at a certain amount. I mean, perfect example, college. College used to be free. Then Reagan, as governor of California, was like, it don't need to be free. Y'all got to pay something for college. And then it went from y'all need to pay something to the crazy exorbitant amounts that it is now. That's my issue with privatization because at some point it's always going to get out of control. And they're just going to keep raising and raising and raising. And especially, even though monopolies are supposed to be illegal, California is full of like semi to virtual monopolies. There's certain areas like I knew a guy where he got it put in where he's the only one that can do ladders over a certain height. So those like fire escape stuff that you see that's like on the 10th floor, Chris, that you see like in New York or whatever. Imagine if somebody basically half of Harlem, he's the only person they could go to. I knew a guy, I worked for a guy who had a contract like that. And so you might be 3-4 months delayed trying to get that ladder because you can only go to this one guy who doesn't really have any workers. He basically does it all by himself. It's kind of crazy. I don't know your thoughts, sir. Yeah, Hamza says y'all were discussing libertarian policies. Yeah, I asked the question on Twitter, like, what's the difference between a libertarian and a conservative for most people? Because I wanted to hear from their perspective what they said versus just kind of. I have my definitions from when I was in college, you know, because I minored in political science, what it was on paper. But what it was on paper to what it is now, or because we live in a day and age now where anybody could just identify as whatever the hell they want to. Even in politics, how many Democrats are like, well, I'm a progressive. No, actually, you're a moderate. Actually, you're not even a moderate. You're really just a Republican who's pro-choice, and doesn't necessarily hate black people. But you're still basically a Republican. And
you know, Marcus, my issue with libertarians is that they really do. They have tricked themselves into thinking that everyone has the same starting point, and that there are no built-in benefits for a certain group of people, and that there are built-in drawbacks for other people. They really truly have gassed themselves into thinking that, you know, everyone has the same opportunity and everyone has the same amount of hurdles to get over. How they could look at the history of this country and think that is beyond me. So even for me, I look at them and I'm just like, yeah, you know, you're half right. You're good on foreign policy matters, that you don't want our military going all over the world and meddling in everybody's business. You know, that shit is good. I agree with them on that part. But the domestic part, to act as if things are the same for Tommy as it is for Tyrone, no, it's not. There is a difference. And until they recognize that, you know, I can't fuck with them on that level. I could talk to them, have a conversation, but in terms of like actually joining an organization like that, no, I'm good. They're still stuck in their ignorance on some level.
Yeah, but let me get that. See, I'm put the link in there just one more time, just in case you guys did not get it. In case anybody does want to hop in here.
You know, it's, and you know, Streets and Chris both made good points. Streets brings up homeless veterans, right? Libertarians say, you know, one of the functions of the government should be to protect us, right, and defend us from, you know, foreign enemies, etc. The government should not at all be allowing any kind of homeless veteran situation unless the person was just truly and truly mentally scarred that you couldn't save them. But you know, the fact that the VA does a horrible job in taking, the VA does a horrible job for some of them. You know what I mean? And I know, you know what messed me up? My Cuban neighbors are jamming next door. They throwing a party. That music is black. I ain't mad at them though, because when I play my music, as long as they don't complain, we all right. But getting back to it, Chris also said his problem with libertarians is that oh, okay, there we go. Agreed. And that's my problem with libertarians too. With corporations as powerful as they are, government is only count to the corporate power. We would have no influence on corporations. Correct. And they, you know, look again, libertarians, you know, the world is not only black or white. There is color to it. Pay attention. And they treat us different because we have color.
Yeah, true.
Y'all need to wake up and accept that fact. It just is what it is. There really is a difference in how, you know, people fear you, how they respect you or don't respect you, how they love you or don't love you based on color. It shouldn't be that way, and I'm over it. And I wish that what I was saying was wrong, but it's just the fact that we can't run from.
Well, I also look at the conservatives or like libertarians. If you're going to go with that sense of, or even conservatives too, you would have to be starting from like the beginning. You can't start now in the way the country is and try to revert back to something like that. That just wouldn't work. It's this country's corporations have literally trillions of dollars, and what are you going to do? Make it so there's no kind of protections against that. Like, you know how fast we'd be living in a version of OCP. I mean, you know how fast a corporation would literally just own cities.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so you can't there, or how fast it would be before somebody like Jeff Bezos decides, or Elon Musk decides, well, I'm going to buy all of this whole chain of restaurants. And
or I'm going to buy all these apartment buildings, and we're going to kick out all of you people who have been here grandfathered in under a lower rent just because we can. Too bad, tough titty. Find some place to live. You understand what I'm saying? Imagine that shit happening. That would be devastating to probably hundreds of thousands of people, you know, in each, you know, major state, you know?
Well, speaking of what Thomas said here, maybe if the U.S. began as a libertarian utopia, I would be on board, LOL. But America has too much historical sins to ignore. And that's another one of my issues with the right, or I won't even say just the right, because in California, the whole reparations thing. Now, keep in mind, I'll just put it this way. It's not going to happen. But just the reaction, the negative nastiness that I'm seeing from the right, even the possibility of it. I mean, and also they're just taking the headlines of it and running with it. For instance, the one that they're trying to put forth out here in California, for you to get the max amount that they're talking about, that 1.2 million. You would have had to be in California your whole life and be over the age of 70. So you would have had to live in California for over 70 years to even get that. 2, you would have to be able to prove your lineage back to slavery. Now, can every person who is of the lineage of slavery prove their lineage all the way back? No, all of them can't. I'll tell you a perfect example. During Tulsa, you know how many hospitals got burned that stored records? So therefore, that family record system is gone for some of those families. And if they ended up moving out here to California, and their kids were those 70, 80-year-olds applying for this, they wouldn't be able to prove themselves. So that already eliminates one group out. Then you factor in, say you can prove it. If you haven't lived here in California that long, you're not virtually getting anything anyway. Oh, what were you going to say? Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, I was going to ask you for some money, but I don't know if they're going to give you the reparations. You know what I mean?
Here's how I know it won't happen for a fact.
Newsom said no.
For one, Newsom's against it. That's one bullet against it. Then 2, it has to get voted on to be able to be even put on the legislature for a vote to put it as a ballot amendment. That's 2 strikes against it. After it made it through all that, you know what happened then? Then the citizens of California would have to vote yes on it also. So you're telling me California, which I think I saw the numbers is, in fact, let me pull this up on the screen. Redacted was hating on reparations plan. Of course they do. I'm telling you, a lot of those conservatives, a lot of those conservatives, when it comes to slavery and things like that, like that's the reason why I say all the time, the most white people politically, when it comes to race issues, Even the ones who are allies, a lot of times are tone deaf. Oh, that reminds me. I got somebody, a little monologue that I need to go into on somebody, that their responses to that in particular. Let's pull up California demographics. So let's say it made it through all those other hurdles, right? Let's go into the demographics. So let me put this on the screen for everybody to see. Let's see. Here we go.
You know what's funny, Marcus, though? You know, we spend so much money as a government, right? You see how much money we're giving. We're what, $100 billion into Ukraine? And people, all some of these people can say as well, do you want Russia to win? Or, you know, aren't you afraid of Russia taking over Ukraine? You know what I mean? That's it. So it's okay for them to give $100 billion to a group of people you don't even know. Fucking Zelensky's wife is going out there getting her body cut. Her titties look good. You know what I mean? They sitting up there now when they wasn't all that before. You know what I mean? So clearly they're spending our money in things that they want to do with it. But then you say, well, you know, we're going to give like $3 billion to a couple black people in this one particular state. Now everybody got think pieces as to why reparations are bad and why we need larger, more general government programs for everyone, and we shouldn't necessarily just leave the focus here. Dog, we just not liked. It is what it is, yo.
Well, Sagar came up with a and I hear all of them go to the California just defaulted on 18 billion. That's one thing that I hear a lot of people say. Then I heard Sagar make an argument like, well, we should just make a plan. Summing up what he said is, we should just make a plan for all lower income people. And just across the board. And I'm not even going to entertain my thoughts on that. The conservative he had, well, of course she said some dumbass shit, but I'm not going to go into that either. They always bring up fucking mascot Thomas Sowell. And I'm like, is that what you wanted to do with your life? You wanted to be the bootlicker for, you know, the excuse for a lot of racist people to get away with you know, things that have happened. You want to be their alibi. I mean, he reminds me of a polite version of Uncle Ruckus. But let's go into these demographics real quick. California population, 35.2% white. That was 2021. 40.2% Hispanic or Latino. Asian percent is 15.3%. Black population, 5.6%. So the black population is 5.6%. The numbers already are so far stacked against the black population of getting that as far as a citizen-wide vote. It's just not realistic that it would even happen. So just looking at these numbers, it's dead in the water. It's dead on arrival before it even got going. And then when I hear these conservatives, they're so, we had the Civil War and you already got your reparations. I heard what is her name? Emily Jasinski, I think that's what her name is, that Sagar had on there. She basically said that affirmative action was basically meant to be reparations. So technically that's reparations already paid. And I'm just like, wow, that's what you really made that excuse. And then he starts talking about, well, if you take off the top levels of the white population and you just compare it to the middle class and average, there's not very much of a disparity here. So that's the angle that they're going, that basically, well, just forget about it. I mean,
yeah, Thomas Sowell is the only black person that they like. That's the only
because he is spouting. He is basically a puppet with a white man's hand up his ass, just preaching what they want to hear. He's singing sweet music to them.
Well, Marcus, it's like everything else with them, right? That dude is a major in economics, right? That's his main field, economics, right? I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
But they
But
only
what
listen,
do you?
but they only listen to him. But they only listen to him about culture war shit, social issues. They don't listen to him on economics. He's never brought on at all to talk about numbers, right?
Nope.
And trends that relates to finances in the country and business, etc. It's for him to come on there and say, you know, these black Democrats are stupid people. Yeah. Listen to Thomas Sowell. You know, whenever they mention Thomas Sowell, the next thing they're most likely to tell you is that maybe you should listen to Candace Owens. She's smart and I like her. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, because they got to get they mascots, they house servants to come up there and tell us how it actually is, and what people don't. This is what I tell people when I look at this. If I owe you money, let's say we're in business together, and I steal the money from you, the money gets passed down to my descendants, and keeps going down through that. Is your family still not going to have a claim? Are they still not going to want their damn money back?
Correct.
I mean, to me, it's a simple and clear argument. Like, oh, well, we died. That's right. No, literally, there has been easily $50 to $60 trillion extracted out of the black community through slavery. A handful of white people dying in the Civil War doesn't fix that. Reparation bill does not fix that. It doesn't clear up that money that was stolen. It doesn't clear the debt. But I feel like this. It's perfectly fine. And the crazy part about it is most of these people are evangelicals, supposed to be people of Christ, when the Bible does talk about how you're supposed to pay people back and things like that. But it's fine. Cool. Ignore it. Never deal with it. Never deal with it. You guys really think you're just going to march right into heaven with that debt still hanging out there?
So, Hamza, is that Dr. Malone, mRNA Dr. Malone? Who
Yes, I responded to his dumbass too. Let me find that tweet. I responded to that shit because that's what. Remember what I was talking about with you earlier, Chris? This is some of the stuff that I was seeing that's been pissing me off. That's why I'm like, I'm seeing more and more of this conservative crap. And I'm like,
yeah, no,
y'all can just like, why do you? Some of the stuff is like, why are you guys just why do you even feel this need to respond? You know it's not going to happen, but it's like they feed on riling up and antagonizing black people, and then they say, "Well, you're just trying to make things divisive. California is going to be more." It already is divisive. This country is divisive. It's always been divisive. It's always going to be divisive. I don't get what you people are talking about. Well, let's see. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Because now I'm getting to the point where I'm just like, all right, you got to learn to start ignoring these people. Just stop responding to these people. Anytime you see conservatives, just completely flat out ignore it. I don't know. Where's no? It was just not that long ago that I was talking about this. Oh, it looks like he tried to take himself out of this. He pulled himself out of this thread. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, oh, there we go. Oh, that's all I said. Oh, that's what I said to him. He said, his tweet to be exact. Let's put it on the screen. His tweet to be exact. What he said.
Hamza, that is 1,000,000,000,000% fact. They are 100% the same person.
He said, he said, every person not of color living in California needs to get out now. About $1.2 million in reparation is now approved by the California Task Force, still to be voted on by the state legislature, to each black person in the state. For one, that's not even correct. It's not to each and every person. like I already said before, if you read the damn thing, you have to be over 70 years old and lived in California your whole entire life and be able to prove that you tie back as a descendant of slavery. That's for one, which out of that 5.6%, how many of those people do you think are over 70 that would even qualify for this amount? That's one thing. He said this will not only bankrupt the state, but will force homeowners to sell their property to pay the huge tax increases that may be coming. California pays for shit all the time, and we're not having any kind of major tax increases. This is another fallacy that idiots like him say, or conservatives just in general. California already charges almost 20% per person, including sales tax, the highest tax rates in the country. Well, honestly, if California would stop subsidizing places like Alabama, Mississippi, West Virginia, all of these poor states which have a lot of basically white people sitting on welfare, if they stop subsidizing all these states, then the taxes would go down. But they're subsidizing a lot of the very conservatives who are getting money off of California and then shit on something like this. It says, by the way, activists are demanding higher amounts. They want $200 million per person. This is the face of modern socialism, and we all need to be very scared. California has always led the way in terms of new legislation. This soon may come to other blue states. Plans are in the works. This is a massive wealth transfer. It's theft. The reason why it doesn't matter is because you know how many Republicans are against this thing? And this is California.
100%. Market.
Well, no, it's actually not 100. It's 80%. 80% of Republicans in California are against it. Do you know how many Democrats? Do you know how many Democrats supported in California? 45%.
Marcus, you know what's funny? Number one, money to Israel. They strong arm us for it. These people, they may make a passing comment about it, but they never suggest any kind of action like they're suggesting here, right? That's no problem. We use money to fuck up countries like Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, China, Russia. We give all this money to Ukraine. They don't propose no kind of action like this. Soon as they say, let's give niggas some money, oh shit, now, whoa. That's the line for me. Now we got to do something. Now we need to leave the state, and now we need to do this, and now we need to do that. Again, I wouldn't be getting any money based on anything, so you can't say like, I'm just upset that I'm not getting any money. I wouldn't be getting any money, period, under none of this. I don't meet any,
not necessarily.
I don't meet none of the criteria. You know what I'm saying? Both my parents are immigrants. I don't meet none of the criteria. You know, either through government criteria or like by the FBA. You know what I'm saying? People like Tariq Nasheed and all the rest of them. I wouldn't get none. So I'm not saying this as somebody who is like hoping low key that they do this because I'll get a check. Most likely I won't. But with that being said, niggas still deserve that bread too. I mean, you have other groups that came here after the people who are already here. Shit was done wrong to them and they got something. The natives were able to negotiate, their terms. They was able to negotiate what they were able to negotiate with the United States government based on everything that happened with that particular community. It just seems like everybody seems to get together to be like, no, for that group, we can't do it. We can't find it. There's no money. There's no way. There's no how. But for everything else, we can make it work. Every fucking thing else, we can make work, regardless if we have money or not. So instead of just saying, hey, raise the debt ceiling or some stupid shit like that, it's no. But again, I understand where we are. I understand who we're talking about. And I understand the situation. People should not allow themselves to get worked up emotionally about it, because once you understand what it is, you know why it is. What do you say? But I think is
Yeah, I was gonna.
No, I mean, no offense, but
I was gonna respond to Chris H was like, could he explain that for me? And I was gonna say what it is because of blue states have a higher tax subsidy. Here, I can read this real quick. Republican leaders have let's get down. Associated Press fact check finds it is actually the other way around. The Democratic states, blue subsidize low tax, traditionally Republican states in a big way. Republicans are trying to eliminate the deduction as part of the sweeping tax package working its way to Congress. They added back a deduction for up to $10,000 property tax and concession to Republicans from high tax states such as New York and New Jersey. California Republicans are pushing to extend the deduction to local income taxes too. Hold on. It is true that taxpayers in high tax states benefit the most from deductions. However, the state sends far more tax dollars to Washington than residents in low tax states. In fact, most high tax states send more money to Washington than they get back in federal spending. Most low tax states make a profit from the federal government system of taxing and spending. So what we're saying is the money that they're taxing from a lot of these higher tax states or blue states goes into the federal money. And a lot of these red states are taking money out of this federal system.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, it is what it is. And Thomas, I really don't rock with Tariq like that either. For those who don't know, Tariq Nasheed. Me personally, I think he's part-time grifter, part-time creep looking to pull chicks that he can have sex with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't really rock with him. You know, he's kind of like a broken clock, right? Twice a day. Maybe he's worked some of the time, so maybe he's right more than just twice a day. But I just think
I'll be honest. I don't really mess with the whole FBA crowd at all.
And
I think that a lot of them, the way they operate is they operate in a mode of reductionism. They're like, let's get down to only the handful of us that fit this particular definition. And then this is our allies. While saying basically the 98% of the rest of people in the country, we don't fuck with you.
Hey, Pittsburgh, I agree too.
Most of them, honestly, really, they hate immigrants more than some of these racist people on the right. I mean, in fact, and I'm not only talking about, oh, well, maybe they're talking about Asians and Latinos. No, they don't like Jamaicans. They don't like Haitians. They don't like Africans. If you are not so-called ADOS or FBA, they do not like you, period. And they're looking at, you got to have both parents who are African descendants of slavery. If it's not both parents, then they don't even want to deal with you. So that's why I'm like, I don't mess with FBA. They're far too divisive. And I think I made a meme about it. Like, I think I did like Drax the Destroyer. Like, I don't know if you guys remember Guardians of the Galaxy 2, when he decided he was going to jump into that big monster's mouth and stab it from the inside. That's them. They want to go against and think about it. If you had all the black people in general who are on your side, black wealth in this country is about 4.5 trillion. White wealth in this country is 125 trillion. And thinking that you're just fighting an extremely uphill battle and making it even harder on yourselves by being more divisive. So don't mess with the FBAs. Yeah, I'll listen to Malone on mRNA, just like I'll listen to some of these people when they start talking about some of the different maybe Illuminati stuff that's going on, some of the secret stuff that's going on in the government, contracts, things like that. But a lot of these people, when it gets to dealing with race issues, I just turn. I don't even want to hear him talk about it because I already know that they revert back to basically conservative settings. Let's see. Oh, let's try to put that down. But I mean, a lot of these people, like for instance, I like Kim Iverson on a lot of things, but when it comes to race issues, her opinions are garbage. I'll just be flat out like garbage when it comes to that. Oh yeah, by the way, he told everybody to leave California. What I said was, why stop at California? Even Rizza Islam was like truly disappointed to see you not only speak on this topic of which you indeed are not qualified, but also how you manipulate circumstances as though they were facts. Who is going to have to sell their homes to pay for it? Actually, let me put this back on the screen. Let's let Rizza respond. And that's the thing. I think about how many people would, I would love to talk to Rizza and he's so good on this and this and that, but I guarantee you they don't want to talk to Rizza when it comes to this. So he says, who is going to have to sell their homes to pay for this? I live in California, and yes, many of the black folks are owners. Seeing how this is not fully passed as of yet, how do you not know how the economic resolve will be established? However, above all this, what was done to my and our people was beyond horrific, and this government is rightfully obligated to repair what was done. I have never heard you speak on the billions going to Israel every year since the 1940s. Ukraine has received over 115 billion in a matter of months from the government. We all are paying for that, from my understanding, in terms of taxpayers. The Chinese were given reparations. The Japanese were given reparations. The few Italians who were hung by the government were given reparations. Many of the native tribes were rightfully given reparations, even though I don't feel that they got enough. I want to put that disclaimer in there. Many more have been compensated for what the government, of which the dominant group just so happened to be the Caucasian/white folks or white people, have done. The same government experimented on billions with the recent mRNA, bio bleep into the arms of 150 in America over. I'm not going to read all that part. We have fought for white children as well as our black children, and once the time comes for repairing the damage caused by all these groups of people, and Biden I can't read none of that out. Y'all just go.
No, you handled that like an expert, kid. I can't even be mad at you.
Let's see. America even compensated white slave masters for losing their property, which were my people. Yet still, we will not compensate. Yet still, will not compensate us. Now that is possible. Now that it's possible going to occur, there's an outrage. You, sir, along with all of those whom have stood side by side with as allies within the health freedom movement, are slowly but surely demonstrating that you very much are still connected to your wicked ancestors. Woo! He's lighting him on fire. Let me slow down some more. Come on. How do I see more of this? What is going on here? Oh, it's just frozen. However, it is clear that where did I leave off at? Oh, again, we have fought for. Okay, all right, here we go. However, it is clear that the health freedom movement is not entirely for the freedom of all, but you will use the color of all to benefit specific groups. You are not the only one whom I've witnessed things in the manner where Black people are concerned. It would be wise that we have a conversation about this so the masses of our people can be clear about who truly has their best interest. Peace, Rizza Islam. So yeah, he went all the way. I didn't even know it was that he went in that hard. But it seems like, there's not all this issue when it comes to, and then this guy, but the debt was already paid over 150 years ago. He's talking about some. And here's the thing, which a lot of people don't realize. Did white people fight on side of the North? Yes. Were they fighting to free the slaves? Hell no. You're ridiculous if that's what you think that they were fighting for, if that was the purpose. And then this is what I said to him. I said, why stop with California? And if you want to keep complaining about this, you guys tell us all the time, why don't you leave? Well, you can do the same damn thing. So sorry that went on a little bit, but
No,
your
straight.
thoughts.
No, you're straight. I mean, like I said, my other thing too is kind of a prideful thing, and you can call me stupid for it, but I don't like the idea of begging your fucking oppressors for money either.
Well, but I think that's a bad framing. It's not begging for. It's like if you're going to court with somebody and you got a suit against them. You're not begging them. You're demanding something that's owed to you.
But at the same time, Marcus, right? We all know that if we were going to take this to court, right? We already know the facts. We know the players. We know the names. We know the locations. We know the crimes. The only thing that would be left for discussion is the actual amount of damages you would award to the victims. There's not a dollar amount that we can actually put on it, right? Not an accurate amount anyway. So with that being said, that's the only thing that for me, it's like, that we still got to go to these people and they still, do us and treat us, the way they do. You know what I mean?
But well, who do you go to? Do you just ignore it and just leave it?
No, I know.
Because what do you do at that point? Do you just ignore it and okay, we're just going to get over it now?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I guess that's the question, right? Do you want to do it? For me, I'm saying we're here now. I mean, and we've made it without it. Fuck them. Let's just continue to do what we do.
Well, it's not fuck them. It would be fuck you because they've already got away with it.
Oh, yeah, and they've already fucked us over. But hold on real quick. Here Goes makes this great point about music. I told you I fuck with music. Don't want to accept Jamaican culture. That's a big fact. All the clashes that they have in Jamaica, that essentially is what American hip-hop DJ battles were. So the way that Tariq and them carry on about rap music and how, it was purely FBA, it wasn't any, Puerto Ricans or Jamaicans or anything like that.
Which that's a damn lie.
Do you know the makeup of the Bronx and of that part of New York? Do you know the amount of people who have been there for the longest time? It's all of us who is there. You understand?
That's why I don't mess with FBA. They're way too damn divisive. Never mind, black people are like FBA are the only people who've ever done anything.
Yes.
And if you're not FBA, you're the enemy.
Mm-hmm. And the whole
you want to see my response to FBA? What I said here. I'll show you a couple.
I like Tariq. I wish I could. I wish when it comes to the music, the FBA cats, and some of them I would assume, come from New York, the way that they talk and shit like that. So I'm just wondering, like, were you in the Bronx around that time? Yeah, a lot of the music is. Look, not for nothing, too.
Isn't he from Cali?
Yeah, I think so. Furthermore, furthermore, you know what else is funny? Asian culture plays a huge role in hip hop as well, because all these niggas was copying a lot of Asian kung fu movie shit and principles from there as well. So that's a major part of hip hop. And if you try to leave it alone, hey, Streets, that's my hood. That's where I come from, Streets.
Oh, he's from Detroit.
No, I was just telling Streets that's where I was from. Because he just mentioned my hometown.
Or it says he was born in Detroit. Let's see. I could have swore like he grew up mostly in Cali or something. I know he spent a lot of time in California. I know that much. But
yeah, he was a Pan-Africanist long time ago. You know, the only one, even though he gets on my nerves sometimes too, who I have a little respect for is Dr. Umar.
Yeah, but I'm not with the Pan-African stuff either.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, he's a little more.
I got more respect for Pan-Africans than FBA and these Aboriginal Americans. This is what she put, this girl right here, she put look, Tariq, they're black, they're Afro-Latinos. Just because they don't speak English doesn't mean they're not black. And I put, you're wasting your time. FBAs believe they can fight the system that's oppressing us and the whole world alone. That 10% with 4.5 trillion, we can force white people with 125 trillion with control of everything to submit to their wish. They remind me of Drax the Destroyer. This is him right here when he's jumping into the thing. And then this other dude right here, this is what he says. Other states, this Nas guy, he puts, other states need to hurry up and pass these laws because now these illegal alien Latinos will try to flood every other state in the South, like every other lethal cancer to American jobs and American resources. Those 1 million can go build up Mexico. We don't need them here. And I responded, the Klan could give most of these FBAs a hood and relax. They will happily do their jobs for them. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me get into this because this is, I said that I was going to respond to this person, which it kind of saddened me a little bit. Oh, this tweet is from a suspended account. Oh, so I can't see their tweet now. Interesting. And I should have screenshotted it. I won't put them out there who it was, but actually you can see who it was. Right here, somebody who DMs me information all the time. And they were talking about how they were agreeing with this Ian Miles Chong, which he's basically one of them. I don't know. I mean, looking at his threads, this dude is probably one of the most anti-black, anti-immigrant Asians I've seen in a long time. He reminds me of the hurry up and buy people from Minister Society.
Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy.
I mean, definitely a disdain for black and immigrants, and I would probably say anybody who's not white and not Asian, he probably don't like.
Oh, you know but you know what, Marcus, all of this stuff, right? It just reminds me, like I talked to my cousin, shout out to Anthony if you're watching. I told you about it. You got to follow Marcus's other channel, Hebrew Apologetics, because that's more what you're interested in, right? That's what I'm talking to my cousin, because I put him on earlier today. But anyway.
Oh yeah, definitely need to follow Hebrew Apologetics. Definitely.
So with that being said too, you know, we have to remember, just because we may look alike, sound alike, feel alike, and all that shit, we really are not all one people. So that is the reason why you, in the 21st century, you still see the schisms and the differences between us. Because from the beginning, yeah, we may look alike and all that other shit, but even within us and our groups and our nations, not all of us was cool. You know, there were certain people who were chosen and there were other ones who was cast away. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's what it is. But you know what's funny? We do share the same blood with those that we dislike. That's the irony of the whole shit, right? Because they were brothers.
Mm-hmm. Literally, Israel's number one enemy was one of his number one enemies was his brother. And like, you know, those who read in the Bible, just go to Psalms 83. It start at the top.
Streets,
And so,
you feel me, right? Streets, I'm not talking crazy. I'm not talking too crazy, right? Streets. Sorry.
yeah, Chris H said, I want to respond to that one. He says, I kind of understand why Tariq abandoned Pan-Africanism. Black people who aren't FBA sometimes are acutely aware of that supremacy or not thinking accordingly. Well, I look at it like this, and some people might not like this. FBAs, you're about trying to minimize yourself into this little tiny group and still fight within this system on a carnal type level. Aborigines, your logic don't even make sense to me. I don't get it. Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that, well, I can't even play the game. But are some black people native to this land? Yes, I do believe that. Do I believe that means that the people that most people refer to as native, that all of a sudden makes them not natives anymore? I think that's asinine and ridiculous. But what I would say is, let's say the Dane Callaways of the world, you are a native. Okay, and what?
Thomas,
and what?
Talking, man.
Huh? What did Thomas say?
No, Thomas said Chris isn't afraid to say what's on his mind. He will say stuff that wouldn't even.
I'm starting to let it out a little bit more too.
Look, you know what? That's why
the Dane Callaways, even if you were so-called, you're an Aboriginal. Do you think that mattered when they took this country? Do you think it mattered? It didn't matter if you were Aboriginal or not. They took the country. It's not like they needed to change your name and all this to steal your country. They did not need it. I know, and you know, Ladarius, and our family, we do have ties to the reservations. So that's not something I'm disputing. I'm just saying that doesn't mean that's what we all were. Because some people will say, well, Black people, we're the original people. We were everywhere. Yeah, just because you're everywhere don't mean that everybody is the same. I mean, do you guys realize that even China and Japan, their roots go back to Africa. That's provable. That's a fact. So are you going to say, well, no, they actually stole somebody's African roots and they're like imposters now? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. No, really. Everybody came out of Africa at some point in time, under my understandings. Now, you might I know that I tick off my brother Thomas, but I believe everybody came from there at some point. We all had an origin point from the same point, and then everybody branched out and became different people from then on. But Pan-Africans just like, well, anybody who got black skin is my people. Everybody around the world, like, so basically what you're saying is like, damn near half the world is your people. That's ridiculous. We all break down.
You know but Marcus, you know what? That part may be a little, but you know what? They ultimately mean well, at least. So,
I think they mean well, and I think that a lot of things they do can be helpful. I just feel like if you got a problem with the people who took you into slavery for hundreds and hundreds of years, I would be careful willingly trusting the people who sold us to them. I'd be like, might want to be a little careful with that. Just automatically trusting the people who you were living amongst, who turned later on and backstabbed you and sold you in the first place. That's my issue with the whole Pan-Africanism thing. Hey, keep in mind, it was black tribes who were rounding up other tribes. That's how they were even able to do that in the first place. So yeah, let's don't get that part twisted. Oh, and Yanina, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Just if you really like what we're doing, please just make sure to give us a like, share, and that can help us grow. So maybe one day we might get monetized. I'm going to be doing more and more stuff on TikTok, trying to take some clips from the show and share it on there. Maybe we can bring over some people and circumvent this this thing, Pete Libya situation with Gaddafi. Oh, I know what Gaddafi was trying to do. Now, do I have to be the same people with all the Pan-Africans to work with Pan-Africans? No, I don't. I mean, I'll work with all kind of different groups. Like I tell people all the time, I support the BIPOC movement, Black and Indigenous people of color. If you are fighting against this oppressive regime, which is mostly oppressed us, and now up to recent, it started oppressing some other people. Anybody who is against overthrowing this tyrannical system, I'm with you. Oh, Hamza says, yeah, my TikTok is doing well. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to, I got, wait till you see the ones I'm about to do now. I'm gonna come up with some short ones called Questions for Christians. You're not gonna want to.
So Marcus, I got a new phone, right?
Hold on a second. My cousin said Gaddafi got stabbed in the back by the Ghanaian president. That's who did him in. Another African is the one who did him in. Like, I tell people, don't just sit there and be so ready to just, let's just go back to Africa. That's the best way to do it because they're going to be our people and we're not going to get screwed up. Do you know that they were giving away land over there in Ghana? Do you know some Black people who have moved from here over to Ghana had their land taken back by the damn government of Ghana? Don't just think because they look similar to us that you're going to go over there and, everything's going to be kumbaya. Don't at all think that.
But Marcus, I do want to say something about what Yanina said, right? In that the move incident in Philadelphia, what she said it was 37 years. I did want to speak on. I just wanted to touch on that since she did. If people don't know what I am talking about, just Google Philadelphia move bombing. You understand what I'm saying? You will see that America does drop bombs on their own country. They'll only do it though if the target population looks like Marcus and myself though. So I just want to make reference to that when all these stupid ass conservatives sit there and talk about how their guns are going to keep them safe against government aggression. Look, motherfucker, we've already got shit. And you could talk about your Waco event. And what was the other one before Waco? What was the other name?
Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, you got your Ruby Ridge incident and you have your Waco incident, which the government came down heavy-handed, didn't need to do what they did. But there's nothing that compares to what they did to them people in Philly. They fucking bombed those people. Some of them some people survived. They tell the story, but there's untold numbers of people who died. So for those who don't know, please get yourself familiar with that particular incident and that piece of American history and share it with your silly ass conservative friends who keep thinking that their guns are going to save them. Because keep in mind, now in the 21st century, they don't have to fly planes over your city. They'll send a drone for your ass. All right? Pay attention. And that was sanctioned fully by the government. Pay attention. Sorry, Marcus. I
saw a comment in here from Carpathian 9 said a non-slave state is asking for shit they don't deserve. Might have an argument.
Yeah.
I want to respond to that because what people don't realize is this California bill is not about slavery. It's talking about Jim Crow and redlining and a whole bunch of other policies.
Other shit. That's what and that's what I'm saying, Marcus.
Okay, so hold on. But I need to explain this also. California still had slavery. They just weren't a slave state because they weren't a state. They still had slavery over here. That's what y'all don't get. When people start coming out here for the gold rush, they brought their slaves out here. Every aspect of this country had slavery at some point in time. So don't fool yourself in thinking, oh, it wasn't a slave state, so it didn't have slavery. If that's what you think, it's because you don't understand the history in totality.
And you know, Marcus, I was trying to respond to him in the chat while trying to still do the show too. You know what I mean? So I didn't like all that was in my brain. So it's good that you and I connect on such a level, because a lot of the time, like I'll say something, you'll just like finish the shit. You know what I mean? Like the Rockers or the Steiner Brothers or Demolition. I know you got to be of a certain age to catch all those references I just threw too. You had to be you know how my grandma used to say, you had to be a wrestling fan.
Wrestling. I remember that.
Yeah, you know, they didn't say wrestling, they say wrestling. I don't even know. And they're not even from the South, and they still say wrestling.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, me neither.
I got so behind on the chat over here on Rockfan, and so I appreciate you trying to respond to it while I was going on my dive.
Oh yeah, you see, I'm doing double duty, son.
Yeah, but I mean, no. When I hear people start trying to tell me this, I'm like, y'all really don't know the history of some of these states, do you? Y'all don't know how Compton, which everybody knows about Compton, California, how Compton was white in one of the most racist areas in the state of California. Y'all don't know about that. They not only enslaved black, they enslaved natives out here, and they enslaved Asians too. A lot of the early Chinese population that came in during the gold rush. They were enslaving people. Y'all
they were the one who laid. Well, the Asians are the one who laid the tracks in most cases over there. Yeah,
exactly. So I mean, I understand this history very thoroughly. I mean, look up some. In fact, look up how many places in California alone that were black lands, a black family. It started building a whole new town, and then it was stolen by white people.
Son, I'm from Queens. There's parts of Queens that
way after slavery, where they were stealing towns.
Marcus, I'm from Queens. There's parts of Queens that I didn't even go to in the 90s because of certain shit. There's parts of Brooklyn I didn't go to because we didn't belong over there.
Well, think about
it. Look. Buildings, projects, you take your risk, but you could go in and out, right? But there's other neighborhoods where certain people live, you just had to stay away.
I mean, people don't realize one of the most wealthiest, one of the most highest property value places in New York City, Central Park, was owned by black people when it was Seneca Village. But y'all don't know about that. Bruce Beach out here, that was right there, Manhattan Beach. How much do you think the area in California, a beach, would go for modern day? There's so much wealth that was extracted out of the black community, and that goes well after slavery. See, when they try to just focus on slavery, that's acting as if there wasn't all this stuff that happened, segregation, all these black towns that were destroyed and burned and the land was stolen. There was so much stuff going on. Not to mention, for white settlers in a lot of places, they literally just gave land to white people. They gave them something free already. And so part of me would be like some of these poor white people, I don't want to be an asshole, but some of y'all got to be asking like, yo, great grandpa, what the fuck were you doing? They was giving away money, and you couldn't have put us in a better spot than where we are now. You couldn't have passed down some kind of generational wealth while you got us at the same spot where black families are who started with nothing. My grandparents literally had to drop out of school and were sharecropping. They had to sharecrop, and they've gotten to the point where half of their kids graduated from college and have done well for themselves. So I don't know. So I'm wondering, what is the excuse that's happening on this other side?
Oh, Marcus, what do you think?
I might have to get after Redacted and see. I didn't even want to watch it because I knew they was going to be on some dumb shit.
Marcus, let me ask you, right? I seen this. I saw this highly educated brother on the internet, right? And he told me that that black folk don't deserve reparations. Maybe we should be thanking them and giving white folk reparations. Did you see that?
Boy, bye. That's just too dumb to even respond to.
I'm glad you had the same reactions that I did. No, but really, it's a black Republican who was saying that.
I saw
Did
that.
you see that? Hamza caught it too.
I saw it. Oh, did you see that somebody got in on his ass about being about him lying on his resume and all that? A black pastor. Oh yeah.
No,
lying
she
too.
said one of the hosts is white bread. No, I swear to God. Okay, now y'all gonna really make me look for it.
Oh wow.
No, I swear to God, there's a Republican out there, black Republican. He's running for office somewhere. He was online talking about, yo, black people, y'all don't need reparations. Y'all should be thanking them for keeping you warm during slavery. Yo,
Because I did my Matt Walsh one. I don't know if y'all saw it or not, but because I completely went through. It's kind of funny, of all the things which I would get a copyright on, I got a copyright on the what was it? I mean, it's still able to show, but I think that it's restricting the views definitely on it. Let me pull it
Marcus,
up.
keep going. I'm searching.
It was titled Matt Walsh, Ignorance or Gaslighter. And it's only an hour long. Actually, you want me to play just a little bit of it? I'll play a little bit of it. Oh, let me get it here. I'm gonna just play just a little bit for y'all.
Oh, Marcus, I found it.
I need to be following both my channels. Well, all three of my channels actually. I get it. Everything.
Marcus, who is David Pakman?
Oh gosh.
Who's that?
He's like basically a progressive Democrat. I mean,
okay. I just found. Only reason why I asked real quick. Sorry to cut you off. I was searching for the the video with the black dude, so I found it on this David Pakman dude. I just did a quick search; it came up. So I don't know who he is. That's why I was asking.
I mean, I ran across him when Unapologetic like verbally beat him up on his call-in show. Man, Dontel used to call in and just roast him. Yeah, he's a Biden supporter. Yeah, dude's ridiculous. Like, this is the one I did responding to Walsh. Let me skip ahead a little bit. Let's see, play a little bit.
We'll even give.
Oh shit! Did I cut you off, Marcus? I'm sorry. I hit the button by accident. My bad.
They believe their traditions more than actually what's in the Bible, because most of them don't even read the Bible.
The rest of it, I basically agree with. It's also not true that people back in earlier times were generally atrocious. It's not like they weren't worse people, but they lived in a different time. They lived in a more brutal time.
And Matt Walsh, again, of course, wrong. People were, I guess he could make the argument, maybe he's not wrong, that people aren't worse now. Well, then what you're saying is they're just hiding their true intentions, in that if the circumstances were flipped into the times of past, that people will be fine with with just rounding people up and enslaving them all over again and doing a lot of the atrocious things that they did, cutting babies out of women's wombs, sexually violating women and men, and doing that as a state practice, perfectly legal for the entire nation. But I guess according to Matt,
it's just a little clip of it, and I go on and on and on. This is also, I wish these not Pan Africans, but these mostly it's the the Aboriginal Americans who act like slavery did not happen and did not exist. Take your ass here. I've known people who went there and say you can still smell the because this is Elmina Castle. This is off the coast of Ghana where they kept a lot of slaves before they deported them. And you can still smell the urine, the vomit, the blood, all that, where they would pack these people in there before shipping them away. And so, and this isn't the only one. There's plenty of castles like this all over West Africa where you can see where they literally held these people, took them over across the seas. In fact, there's a couple of nations over there who have given their apology to so-called Black Americans, apologizing for slavery. But you'll hear some of these people like Dane Calloway say, "Oh, Africans have never even heard of the slave trade." I'm like, the stupidity that's going on in that community is mind-boggling. But sorry. Oh, go on ahead, Chris.
It's right down the wall. Marcus,
yeah.
I want to play that video for you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. You just want to see me react. I know what you want to.
Yeah, I just want to see you laugh, dog. You know, that's it. That's it. This why I asked who this dude was, right? But anyway, we're just gonna play this real quick.
It's full ridiculous glory, and then we will talk about it.
Some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes.
Whoa.
Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine.
Right.
Carried American flags on that bridge. And when they were hit upside the head with nightsticks and shot with water hoses and knocked to the ground, they got up and picked those flags up and kept marching.
All right. So I guess he's saying not only do Black people today owe.
No, I want to hear Pac-Man. I want to hear what Pac-Man says.
Damn, I already canceled him. I
was saying, I was curious to see. I'll look it up later. But here's the thing about it. Would he say that to Martin Luther King's face, since Martin Luther King was one of the people who were pushed for reparations? I don't think dumbass.
If he was getting a check, yeah.
Well, there was a dude who was getting a check who was running around going against Martin Luther King the whole time too, who was saying the same. I mean, think about it. Just like you have people, just like you have some of us who are descendants of the ones who were out in the field and some who escaped and ran away. You got the descendants of the ones who was in the house, like they ran that way, master. You got those two.
But Marcus, honestly, all jokes aside for the moment, right? Let's let's be serious for a little bit, right? Okay. What was he saying? Did anything he said make any sense?
Nothing he said negated any damn thing. You think that those same ancestors wouldn't have been like, no, this is something which is owed to us? You think that that's what their standpoint was? Oh, that because we got our heads knocked over, that the wealth that was extracted from our community, we just forget about it. No, I mean you're an idiot.
I mean, I didn't. Everything he said was meant to sound good to white conservatives, but he didn't say anything that made any sense. And you know, as usual, when I see a conservative black person within the Republican Party, when I say conservative, I'm using conservative in the sense of like conservative Republican, Fox News own type of person, because a conservative black person, they're not the same thing. So I just want to make sure that we make a distinction
Thomas
between the two.
Blackman doesn't think that Black Americans deserve justice and redress like Israelis, his beliefs. Well, and here's the how did some of these black men end up with Jewish last names? Explain that to me.
Damn, Thomas, that's crazy, ain't it?
Well, it's something that Thomas said there. I wanted to respond to. He said, Abo told me that blacks deserve indigenous reparations, not slavery reparations. For one, I think this is one thing that I would like to talk about with them. There's over 570 recognized tribes. That's how many who were recognized. That's not even talking about how many actual tribes there were. And so you're going to go to a handful of tribes. How many of those tribes also have $5 Indians? A good chunk of them have $5 Indians. Now, were there some natives who did enslave black people? Yeah. But trust me, the debt that would be owed from the Native American community pales in comparison to what would be owed from the United States government. It's virtually nothing. It's just like they said, well, you're going to go get reparations from Africa? Do you know that Africa in some places, now granted, I still don't trust them, but they're giving away land in Africa as a form of reparations? They're at least trying to do something. And they have far less of an impact on us than what this country did for slavery, but they're at least trying to do something. America is like, hell no, we're not doing nothing. It's been too long ago. Well, for our ancestors who were asking before us, you told them no too. And for the ones before them, you told them no too. And for the ones before them, it has nothing to do with the time period. The fact of the matter of, if most of these people could go back to right after slavery, they wouldn't want to pay reparations then either. Because these people are their ancestors. They are happy that their ancestors colonized and took over, and they look at it as, hey, well, we won the battle. This is just a spoiled war. I know how you guys are thinking, but you want to gaslight everybody else. I would like for more of these conservatives just be like, yo, I don't really like y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck. But they don't want to do that. Oh, I have one clip that I wanted to share because this reminded me of that congressman you showed me. This is him. This is his ancestors right here. I don't know if you remember this or not, Chris. But for those who don't know about this.
Well, thank you, Weezy. Jesse, did you know that this man is the last surviving member of the Motisa tribe? Yes, the Motisa tribe. I'll show you. Motisa? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Motisa?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, that's the bad guy from the Titanic, too.
Yeah, Billy Zane.
Yeah. Yo, that's funny.
That's classic. That's a classic.
Yo, we
Yeah.
got you from the Batista tribe. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, the Motisa tribe. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, Billy Zane, he got off in that movie. He was, I mean, probably his best performance I've seen him do, period. I wonder why that came so naturally to him.
My favorite scene in any movie is when the black dude in Tales from the Hood was like, your little Nick, the white guy was like, your little nigglets. That shit always.
Oh, I remember that.
Remember that? Your little nigglets.
Mm-hmm. And Thomas is right about this, but you got to remember, Thomas, you're dealing with people who don't study anything, period. They're just coming up with a handful of crap that they've heard from random people on YouTube. Yeah, oh, y'all gonna remember that one, ain't y'all? That Motisa tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gonna remember that one. For those who don't remember, who haven't seen the movie, the name of the movie is called Posse, starring Mario Van Peebles.
Directed by Mario.
By Melvin Van Peebles. Melvin, the father.
By Melvin, his father. Melvin.
Yeah. That's when I first learned of Sally Richardson.
Oh.
Yeah, you said, oh, yeah. That was a young Sally Richardson. And
you ain't got to say no more, player.
Mm-hmm. And what people don't realize is that town, that Freemanville, that was that all-black town in California, that basically, I'm trying to remember, what was the name of that town? Hold on, I'm going to find it for y'all real quick. This actually goes back to an actual town out here in California that I would say was the original Freemanville, but for purposes of the movie, they changed the name of it. Where was it? Just give me a sec, and I know I got it in here. Just how far back it is. There we go. Allensworth, the town of Allensworth. That would have been Freemanville. So let's show y'all Allensworth. Giving y'all a little history lesson tonight.
Marcus, you got about 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to show this last one, then I'm done.
You know, we got Philly, Boston tomorrow for those who are, who are into basketball. That should be a good game. Boston should win, although I would prefer Philly winning, but,
Here it is right here. This is what's left.
Allensworth, California.
Yep.
Allensworth, an unincorporated community in Tulane County, California. Town founded, financed, and governed by African Americans in the southern San Joaquin Valley. A collection of restored and reconstructed building marks the location of the historic town now known as Colonel Allensworth State Historic Park.
So yes, the government took that town. So you see what happens? Do you see why reparations would be owed? Even when black people did.
What about Manhattan Beach, Marcus? The Manhattan Beach situation. Look at that whole situation with Manhattan Beach. You see, they haven't, it's funny. Certain white folks, not all, just don't take offense. Just hear what the fuck we saying, right? Certain white folks have not allowed their brains to understand the devilishness, deviousness of their people, of their ancestors. Maybe because you sit there watching this and say, oh my God, this is wrong, that's wrong, I would never, You start going back in time, the people who you're connected to, related to, they thought all that shit was okay. You know what I mean? Just keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Especially here. So you could talk about, they get things fucked up, right? Because they're like, well, it's California, not Mississippi. The things they were doing in Mississippi, they weren't doing in California. Okay, fine. You didn't have large cotton fields in California and you weren't whipping people to go pick the cotton. But again, you had people who own a beach, piece of the beach in California. What do? Through your government, you take that property from them, you make it your own, you rob the family of all the money, and then you make them wait 60, 70 years to get the shit back. That's the kind of shit. So whenever people who are like, well, that's a Southern problem, reparations, not California. No, all of y'all took advantage of the situation. It is what it is. Just come up off the dome.
Oregon, Washington State also.
Yeah.
Well, people don't realize,
every single liberal Democratic state got shit with it. Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, California, all these big places, they all got problems as it relates to their minority population. All of them.
And I honestly believe that this family, I think that they got pressured into selling it back, what they got. They sold back the land for $20 million. Now, how much do you think that land was actually really worth? I guarantee you, we're talking about land that was easily worth probably billions.
Billions, yeah.
And so they sold $1 billion land for 20 million. That don't sound fishy to y'all? I mean, think about it. Houses on the coast, we talk about like one house is like, and some of these houses are 100 million, 200 million in this area. And you telling me as big as that beach was, that wasn't at least $1 billion property that they sold for only 20 million? There's $20 million houses, I mean, in areas not nearly as nice or on our coast to the coast, close to the coast, that are worth far more. Just one house is worth more than that area. So I definitely believe that these people got pressured into selling. So, and Gemma 93, the Canadians, they got paid with the native population what they did up there to them. Because the same thing we're talking about that was done to blacks and natives here in the continental U.S., they did the same damn thing to them. And they even took it a step further with the boarding schools in Canada.
You know,
and another thing I would say, which always cracked me up about the whole immigration thing, is y'all building a border to keep people out of the land that was theirs in the first fucking place. Y'all stole some shit from people and then mad because some of them want to come back into the land that was theirs. Mind-boggling to me. But that's my last thought, sir. That's why I talk about BIPOC. I fight for BIPOC first and foremost.
Well, you know, I'm going to continue my search for a dog or a cat named Vagina, because that just has me so fucked up mentally that I can't let it go. Right. So, you know, they got me. So Marcus, you know, I got bit by the zombie, but I got bit like on my ankle. So I haven't turned yet. But, you know, whenever I fully go, then you just end me right there and, you know, you just carry on. But, you know, my search for the, you know, cat named Vagina continues.
Yeah, you don't get bit fucking around with that kind of cat.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's okay. You know, pain is pleasure. That's what they say, right?
To some people.
Right? Yo, Streets, I thought you was coming down here, man. What's up?
Live.
You know, to any women in the chat or to who are watching or who may watch tomorrow, whenever you watch, if you have children, happy Mother's Day. I hope you enjoy it. It's Mother's Day now. Call your parent or call your moms. You know, let them know. Call your mother collect, because on Father's Day they say it's like the biggest collect calling day. So you know what, if you can't call collect, put your shit on Roman and call your mother and send her and tell her Happy Mother's Day, so we can run them numbers up to balance it out for the dads. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking ignorant shit. No, really.
Oh yeah, shout out to Denver. Sniper's one of my favorite movies, by the way. He's talking about Billy
With
Zane.
Marky Mark?
No. Not Sniper. What was it? Was it Sniper? What was that movie called? He said he was also a sniper. No. That's Shooter.
Yeah.
Marky Mark Shooter. Sniper was Billy Zane and Tom Berenger.
Oh yes, that's right. I remember that movie.
Mm-hmm. Dope ass movie. But we appreciate it, y'all. Even if y'all don't always agree with everything we said in here, appreciate everybody for listening. We will. I think we'll just put it out there. We'll try again next week. See if anybody want to get on here. Since I did do it short notice, I know some people are like, "Well, I'm not home," or maybe I'm not ready. Whatever. Maybe some people are just a little too nervous to hop on camera. But like I said, you can keep your cam off, but I will open it up for the chat. I want y'all to be involved, feel inclusive as much as possible.
Marcus, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I'm gonna need a night off, boss. Y'all see me putting in my PTO request now, so denied. Someone scheduled a tournament for us in Orlando, of all places. I dislike Orlando. I was planning on being on the beach, working on my tan for Memorial Day weekend, but instead I'll be with all these baby kids coaching games. Oh,
you sneak away to Tampa.
You said what?
Actually, no, other side. You can sneak away to Daytona.
Yeah, I could, but we're at the ESPN, worldwide sports, situation, so we'll be in and around there. So I'll be coaching. We got tournaments Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so that's what I'll be doing Memorial Day. I'm quite upset over it, actually.
And they didn't already took a home one championship.
Yeah, correct. They did. Last week we won the tournament too. So we're doing well out there, man. They starting to actually understand what it means to like pick and roll or crash the boards or box out. You know what I mean? Their attention span is quite short, and these are like from 5th to 7th graders, some 8th graders too. Right in between, depending on their skill set, we'll deal with them. Oh, but Marcus, you'll love this. Next week, right?
I was wondering, what's your primary defense y'all run into? Do you like to run a lot of
man or 2-3 zone?
Man or 2-3? Okay.
Yeah. I would like them to play 3-2. Our other schemes.
Our team, we played a lot of 1-3-1.
Yes, correct. I would like for them to be able to learn that as well. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said, we play the Russians next week, right? We play a team basically composed of all Russians. When I tell you that the political climate has people even in a little fucking basketball league talking kind of reckless, it is crazy. We talking basketball. Okay, fine. They just happen to be from Russia. People are like, oh my God, the Russians? Really? Hey, are you sure that it'd be okay to go? And man, that's when I just look at the kids and like, yo, we going to play basketball and that's it. They be like, yeah, coach, come on, we messing with you. These kids starting to like me a little too much. So I gotta like do something so that they don't like me, because they want to come over
the
house, they hang out. Yeah, it's getting too much. Like I'm not soccer dad, but I'm becoming basketball dad crib. And yeah, I'm not liking this because my favorite is fuck them kids. I don't like them kids.
Suicides. Suicides. Hey, it's suicides, invisible chair. Hey. That's what I do.
Correct.
Or you
But
know,
yeah, man,
did you guys remember the dribbling glasses? Did you guys have those?
the dribbling glasses.
Yeah, it was like these glasses we would wear, and it came out like this. You couldn't see down.
No, we didn't do that.
We had those, and then we would do 2-ball drills.
Oh, yo, Jam, they run suicides. They run figure eights. We do the mic and drill. Trust me, we do a lot of drills. We play, I was out there running with them. I was short one kid, so I had to be the guy. My calf muscles are still feeling it from running with them little bastards. But it feel, no pain, no gain. It feel good. Even though it's kind of burning and not my dick, just my calves. But anyway, man, it's getting late because I'm getting silly. I've probably been up since like maybe 6 or 7 this morning. So, I'm probably on 20 hours right now.
Oh, yeah. If we were doing it like real well, this is all we did, I would plan one day where both of us came in extremely tired, and then we'd just get crazy. It'd probably get a little. Nah, we wouldn't be able to do that on YouTube. I know we start saying some stuff, some outlandish ass stuff.
I know, right?
I already want to. You said that one comment. I already wanted to play that Dave Chappelle when he went on Sesame Street. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yo, that episode had me crying for I think like 5 hours straight. I think I have real tears coming out. I probably had to change my pillowcase because I cried so hard at that episode.
Oh,
hey,
shoot.
Hamza, you've been watching Cam and Mace. If you make a comment like that, you have to say pause. Because you're saying your throat wasn't okay, pause. Like, I don't know what you was doing.
What we're doing? You over there eating cucumbers?
You're my man. I'm just messing with you, man. But yeah.
You're not supposed to eat hot dogs whole, okay?
Yeah. She said we are. Wait, Jam said we are the crabs. Your pubes we grabbed. Oh no. That's why you shave. I don't know.
Oh, but he knows what we're talking about. He knows what we're talking about.
We on the crab. Yo, that's funny.
All right,
Streets, man, you still with us, man. We appreciate that, man. Anyway, man, we out of here before we really say something and get this whole episode taken down. Usually it's my fault. Marcus likes to pretend it's his, but it's mine usually if we just keep it in a buck because I have no class.
At first it was me. At first it used to be me all the time because I thought, hey, we're just sharing our opinions. It's perfectly fine. And then I started becoming more restrained because I got us strikes in the beginning.
Son, because when we started, the Rona was the shit that was just coming. And I was saying from the very start that, there's some bullshit. I'm so glad. You know what's so funny? My introduction into this space is the beginning of that. And from the very start, you can go back and find my stupid ass in my apartment saying like, yo, dog, this shit funny money. And Emmanuel, shout out to E, you know what I'm saying? E used to look at me like, I don't know, like this guy's crazy, Marcus. I don't know why you have him here. But at the same time, some of the shit I was saying was making a little bit of sense.
But it would be stuff that I would say that you would never even think that it would get us in trouble. But Correct. It was getting us in trouble.
Correct.
I mean, I was able to go back and look at it. We were getting throttled when we said certain comments. See what y'all don't know, because see what Chris and they didn't realize is I'm able to go and look at the analytics and stuff, and so I was able to start seeing. Oh, let me not say that. Let me be careful with this, and so now we found a way to still get out our point of view. Just stay away from certain words.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Well, good night, everybody. Have Have a good weekend. Enjoy your Sunday. There's a basketball game tomorrow, 3:00. The Boston Celtics play the Philadelphia 76ers. That's a good game. Oh, Hamza, my family was Democrats for, as long as I can remember. They still Democrats. But
So
I don't
stop being a Democrat probably how long ago? How long did I stop being a Democrat? How long ago was it that I stopped being a Democrat, or how long was I still voting for Democrats? Because I stopped being a Democrat probably around 2007, 2000. I stopped being. I still was supporting Obama, but that doesn't mean I was a Democrat then.
Marcus, isn't it ironic that my first election and yours too, the first election that we could vote in, was fucking fake, rigged, whatever you want to call it?
Oh, my first one was the one talking about first one I voted in. I was in Europe.
Yeah.
It was
same one.
It was with
The
Bush.
same one.
With
Huh?
Bush.
Yeah. The very first time we was able to vote, everybody our age group born with us, the first time we was able to vote, we took place in a fraudulent fucking election. And then Big Man, that was 23 years ago. And people still talk about elections. They mad because Trump is saying elections is fucked up and blah, 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 blah. But from the first time we was able to vote, it was fucked up, fake and corny and fixed and all this other bullshit. Mm-hmm. So why you mad because Donald Trump is saying that the shit is fucked up? Pay attention. Stop being stupid, people. This shit been fucked up.
Shoot, I remember at that time, that was before I got on YouTube, and when I was like very, very like more of an activist then. And I used to this would be mostly on Facebook, going back and forth with people about the Debo machines and how the hackers show how easily that they can switch numbers and go up and down. And so I've been on this, I've been going at this for quite some time.
Look, Marcus, ironically, and I find this funny about my life, right? Ironically, I was in New York for that election. Now I live in the county, and the part of the state in which all the votes had issues and shit like that. So it's funny.
Were you in Pinellas?
No. That's Casey Anthony. Pinellas, that's Casey Anthony shit. I'm in Palm Beach.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, with Catherine Harris.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yes, correct. So
I'm deeply involved in that and the so-called Brooks Brothers riots, and I remember all that.
Yeah, and that was nothing but Republican operatives, people who worked in offices whose names you didn't know, faces were unfamiliar to you. They walked into the voting places and they started acting like they were real citizens, and everybody fell for that shit. And not for nothing, the Democrats didn't even fight that. And ironically, it was all black people and Hispanics people votes who was getting tossed in the particular counties here in South Florida. If you're down here, if you're
a lot of them paid.
Yeah, if you've ever been down here, you see the demographics in South Florida specifically. South Florida consists of Palm Beach County.
Don't forget Duval County too.
Miami-Dade County, right?
And votes in Duval County too.
Correct. So all these places where there's high minority votes, they fucked around and was playing games. So don't think that the claims even made by a doofus such as Donald J. Trump, don't think that just don't throw it out just because you don't like him, because we saw this happen already. People's memory has been bombarded with a lot of shit. There is a lot of shit that we have had happen in the last 23 years, for real.
Well, Chris, think about this too. Gentleman put in there, I started being a Democrat after watching Fahrenheit 9/11. We all watched that. But think about the first Michael Moore one, which we remember when we were in high school for this. Columbine. And I was the next state over from Columbine.
Correct.
I remember them shutting down and everybody going home.
Marcus, I was in Hunter College in Manhattan at the time, right? The election, right? So Ralph Nader came to the school to speak. So I was like, okay, I'll go check out Nader. You know what I mean? So I went and listened to Nader talk. It was cool. You know what I mean? I was like a teen. I was a teenager then, right? All right, bet. And so then, you know, a couple months later, the election comes, and these motherfuckers is like telling me that Ralph Nader was the reason that George Bush was president. And even that was like, yo, these people can't be serious. You know what I mean? So, 23 years later, people forget all of this. But you know what? They fucked with everybody when they put them in the car accident. That was September 11th. So they tend to forget everything that happened from September 10th backwards. You know what I'm saying? So we went from bullshit election to like September 11th, like, oh shit, now we're dealing with Iraq, Afghanistan, you know, WikiLeaks, and everything that has come out of that. But we really forgot the things that led up to that and all the other shit.
Yeah, Denver was talking about the HBO did an hour-long documentary on it. I remember for the machines and stuff with Vice. I remember that. Yeah. Man, all that stuff brings back some memories. And for the I saw like Denver, a couple of them were like, yeah, you know, they remember the glasses I'm talking about. Like, yeah, I played a lot of basketball back in the day. And a lot of my teammates ended up going like college ball, some of them NBA. Shoot, one of them that was on my team was an NBA coach for a good amount of, head coach for a while. And then one of them who I played against a couple of times, he's still coaching in the NBA. Tyronn Lue. You know Tyronn Lue, right?
Come on, man. Don't ask me no silly questions like that, man. Do I know who Tyronn Lue is? I told you I watch basketball, man. Like, yo, come on, man. Tyronn Lue famous for being stepped over by AI, but he got his rings, you know, coaching but he got his rings messing with that kid from Akron, you know, Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One born in the, you know, the earlier one, not the second one.
Acting like he's Voldemort or something. The name that can't be mentioned or something.
Who?
You acting like he's Voldemort, like the name that can't be mentioned or something.
Oh. No, you know, LeBron, my dude. I'm just glad he's about to get another ring. You know what? I'm a Knicks fan first, right? So when my Knicks is gone, LeBron is my favorite player, and I do like the Warriors because they really got them things. Oh yeah, I'm very stupid. Yes, I am.
Hey, Dylan, you remember all them damn tournaments like me and William used to be in? Back when we used to play for the Kansas City running.
Marcus, these Colombian twins showed up in practice. These girls, twin girls, they're in 7th grade. Yo, they showed up like, hey, you know, they told us come here to ball, da-da-da-da-da. Yo, Marcus, I end up using them in practice more than the boys. I was like, girls, give them the business. Yo, that shit was crazy. Oh, LeBron, my favorite player. Hamza, my favorite NBA player of all time is Patrick Ewing. But I think LeBron is the greatest player I've ever seen.
Of course you would like Ewing.
No, yeah, Patrick Ewing, my favorite player of all time, but LeBron is the greatest player I've ever seen. And LeBron is a bitch and he do bitch shit, but at the same time, he is still the outright best basketball player that I have seen. I think the only other players we can talk about with LeBron are kind of like Moses Malone, Willis Reed, Kareem, Larry Bird, shit like that. You know what I mean? So
it's funny. My cousin Ladarius in there, we used to call him Dominique Because he kind of, especially when he's younger, he used to look a lot like Dominique Wilkins.
Yo, we've not watched any. Yo, here's the thing.
Boom, my guy was young.
Here's the thing though. We have not been watching a basketball player from high school. We are now watching this man's child make a decision about where his child is going to college. We've been watching this guy for 20 plus years. Son, is unprecedented. And yeah, you could go back and say this and that. Michael Jordan got cut from his team. Michael Jordan was one in whatever in the playoffs prior to the old Eastern guard getting tired before before Isaiah and them boys got tired, before Bird and them boys got injured, when Philly and Dr. J and them boys got old, traded, injured. Michael ascended only after the old guard. This dude never even beat Larry Bird ever in the playoffs, never when it counted. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why when they talk to me about Mike, I'm like, yeah, he had to wait his turn too. LeBron, they say he formed super teams.
Remember,
if it wasn't for Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett making them moves to Boston with the help of Boston alumni, LeBron don't go to Miami to go fuck with Bosh and Wade. That was on Boston. You have to thank the Boston Celtics for LeBron making that move. He was never going to be able to beat KG and Paul.
But in Jordan's defense, that Celtics team from top to bottom was a better team than the Bulls had, period.
This is what I'm saying to you. And Michael was not good enough to get past them. And they're like, well, he's 6-0 in the finals. Look how long it took him to get there. And all the times he got date raped, pardon my language, in the playoffs. Isaiah Thomas treated him like a redheaded stepchild. He was never a problem to Mike. So that's why when Isaiah says Mike is not in my top five, hold on. When Isaiah says Mike is not in my top five of competitors, people be getting mad at that. You understand? And it's like he had to deal with Dr. J, Larry Bird, and Kareem and Magic. Those are his those are his problems. Mike was a little kid.
But it wasn't one-to-one with Isaiah Thomas. You got to remember, those Pistons right there had Isaiah, they had Joe Dumars, they had Dennis Rodman. That's what I'm saying. They had a squad, all five players on the court, Bill Laimbeer. Every single one of them were a baller. The Bulls were not like that. Not at that time. And the same deal with the Celtics. All five players were all-stars.
Oh, the streets. To me, the best basketball player I've seen for my generation, LeBron James. Period. I like a lot of other dudes too. Pause. There's a lot of great ball players. Steph is great. AI is one of my dudes, right? Melo, T-Mac. I'm not a Kobe fan, but Kobe did his thing too, right? Grant Hill, I wish he never got injured. Penny, wish he never got injured, right? J.R. Smith, Lance Stevenson, Jamal Crawford. You wish these guys were more mentally in tune so that they could have been great ball players. But the last three I mentioned, they had mental shit with them, even though they were super nice. That's why they could never take off. But with that being said, we've seen Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Hakeem Olajuwon, Pat Ewing, you name it in the league now, Luka, KD, Steph, dog. LeBron is that guy. We've been seeing him from high school, and he has exceeded expectations. Look at how you talk about LeBron. His floor is everyone's ceiling. We got to remember, LeBron's floor is everybody's ceiling. You don't look at Carmelo Anthony and judge him and say, yo, Melo didn't win the championship. He's ass. LeBron is the only one you talk about be like, he didn't win the chip, so he's whack. Just think about that. Look where you are putting him, whether you like him or not. You got to think about that. So for all the people who don't like, and again, I already said it, he has a lot of female tendencies on the court. He like to whine, he like to cry. That shit irks my soul. But I'm very much an equal person, and I will call it like I see it. I don't like bitch tendencies, and he be having bitch tendencies, but that homeboy, son, against the best defense, against the team that beat Shaq and Kobe, this dude scored 25 straight points against the next season. Man, put some respect on that dude name, man.
No, if I'm having to pick one player overall, just on skill set alone, I got to go with LeBron.
Look, here's the thing. Does Steph shoot better? Yes. Did Kobe hit more difficult, crazy shots? There's no competition, right? I mean, there's no comparison. Kobe did. Does Kyrie Irving handle the ball better than LeBron? Yes. But none of them put all of that shit in the package together as well as he does. And also, where they don't compare to him on any level, his IQ. He's the smartest basketball player I've ever seen for our generation. You know, Magic was highly intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like Larry Bird, extremely intelligent. And, you know, I could go down the list, Isaiah, da-da-da-da-da. But LeBron's IQ for basketball is just crazy. And if you are just judging on one particular skill set, then it's like, Michael Jordan, you like him because of a marketing campaign. Thank them dudes on Madison Ave for Michael Jordan worship. The sneakers, the shoes, the French fries, the Hanes. They put Michael Jordan in your face all the time. They make you think the nigga could fly and float. No wonder you think he'd a GOAT. Oh, that was a bar. I didn't even mean to do that. All right, I'm done.
Of course, the New Yorkers going to say that. Of course, the New York will say that. I mean, I still am partial to Jordan. So, but we got to put this in here. Anna said, and thank you for the tip. Anna says, this Iowan is happy we're not first this time. How bad will the no debate stance fail? I think it doesn't matter if they do it or not. Excuse me. I think that the Democrats are just they're. I think the Democratic Party is not going to give Marianne Williamson a chance. They're not giving RFK Jr. a chance. And Biden is already asked. So if I had to bet on anything right now, the odds favor the Republican Party. The odds favor Trump. That's what I would say. But answer this one here also. Do you think Trump sending federal agents to Chicago would help Chicagoans? No, I don't think it would help. The reason why is the problem with Chicago, being somebody who's been there a bunch of times, is Chicago not only has a gang problem, Chicago has a mob problem, Chicago has a cartel problem, Chicago has a lot. And the reason why the problem is so bad in Chicago is because it is a pipeway to funnel drugs in all the way up to Canada through the Great Lakes and things like that, and to funnel weapons in from places like Wisconsin and other surrounding gun states. There's the way Chicago is set up. It's set up where certain parts are highly like monitored, and then there's a lot of gray area where you can't keep up with everything that's going on. The way that
Marcus, people forget that what's his name? Marcus, Jesse Jackson called for the National Guard in Chicago.
So you couldn't sustain that permanently. Also, how because a lot of people don't realize I can't remember which cartel it is, but one of the major Mexican cartels runs operations out of Chicago. So you got a major drug cartel, which is partially funded. I won't say funded. I'll say that they get cover from the U.S. government. How do you deal with that? Because while you have one side going in to stop it, you got another side propping it up and defending it. Because you got, just like you've seen in many of these different movies, FBI might be studying and following and trying to get all this information on somebody. And then when they finally clip them, then the DEA walks in and like, no, you can't, because we got an ongoing case on them trying to get, a RICO on a higher person. So no, you can't touch that. And then when they get theirs, then Homeland Security like, no. You can't touch them because actually some of the money that they're funneling is actually going to this terrorist cell. So no. You got to sit back also. And that's since you got all these government agencies overlapping and their hands are all in the pie of California. I mean, not California, but Chicago. You're not going to avoid that problem. It's a rat's nest. And the only way you could ever really fix that problem without going into a militaristic type style is you got to fix the economy in Chicago. You got to make it more appetizing to do honest work than crime. That's it. Because just like how cartels would just shoot officials in Texas and in California and across the border, they'll start doing the same thing in Chicago too. I don't know. Your thoughts on that?
Nah, man. You, as usual, there's nothing to add when you agree. Like, it's too much of a nightmare. Chicago, New York, about the tax our ass because they're looking for money to support immigrants. I don't think they have to find any extra money. All they'll do is they'll charge certain stuff to the federal government. That's all they do in these cases. Yeah, correct. The federal government will,
And even whether it's true or not, they'll be like, well, see, Biden, your policies, and you guys didn't fight for Title IX, so hook me up with this.
But Marcus, it always makes me think, though, right? At the same time, it's like our military budget is approaching trillions, if it's not already in the trillions when you add in the off-the-books operations, right? And people, when we talk about money, that is almost like an afterthought or not included. It's just very weird.
Yeah. Why do we need to have?
Think about that.
I mean, you know how much money we can save if we shut down the 3 bases in Japan? Well, it's actually more than 3 bases in Japan, because you got
you could even keep it within. You could even keep it within your own organization. You could use that to like improve some of the VA facilities here. Maybe you could find a way to build some kind of housing, extended housing for some of the patients, right? And all that shit to get some of them off of the streets, but you won't even do that. But anyway, I digress. Guys, it's 1:30, it's 4 hours. Thank y'all for tuning in to Political Matrix. I'm Cy Lawson, I'm just a cat. I appreciate y'all for coming through and kicking it with us on the Saturday. And I will let Mr. Senor Jefe, AKA Young Morpheus, AKA Drunk Uncle Marcus, AKA Marcus Cage. But, I like the Young Morpheus because, clearly we fuck with the Matrix, right? So, Mr. Morpheus, take us out of here.
In fact, any of y'all let Chris know if y'all like his background, he need to switch it up.
Yeah, I'll switch it up.
I'm trying to get him to upgrade the new system. he's still in Matrix Part 1. I'm on Part 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, right? All right, guys, man, we out of here. Have a good one, man. Marcus, I'll hit you up tomorrow, kid.
Much love to all y'all. Thank y'all again, and to all y'all mothers out there. I don't really celebrate holidays like that, but I do believe in honoring thy mother and thy father. So y'all should be honoring y'all mothers, especially out there, and fathers all the time, not just on particular holidays. But this has been a Political Matrix. Much love to everybody. Y'all have a good one.
Peace.